をなすのか。それぞれがそれぞれのポケモンたちと共に歩き、共に考え、共に感じ、自分だけの宝物を見つけてください。
There. These have been some bomb advertisements, I have to say.
宝探し開始です。
You can get Pokemon that are both bikes and planes. Kind of wild. I don't speak Japanese, so I'll... But, wait a minute. Am I on... Wait, I'm on Nintendo Japan. This might actually be in Japanese. They're like, America, right? I should probably look that up. Yeah, there's one that was in English. Okay. Oh, but they're just dancing, though. That's not as fun. Great animation, though. But on the Japanese one, there's this really cute ad with a mom and a kid playing the game, and then the kid draws a picture of it afterwards because they love the time they spent together, and they live in this gorgeous house that overlooks, like, a beautiful field, and it's always sunset there. I'm glad I stuck to the Japanese site until the part where I actually needed things translated. Eating as usual. I'm gonna try and get through the eating. I'm done with all of the cereal. I just have this thing of yogurt, and as long as I get through that, then my mouth will not have things in it when it is time to actually react to stuff. I mean, aside from our Inkling friend here, which, I mean, fantastically animated, of course, is a friend, and is having a great time. But that's about all there is to it. 1 moment. Yes. Hi, Spyburb. What's up, what's up? And hello, Beegna Boy. And Magic Mango. And Feshko Gulululu. I never actually said that out loud before, and it's very funny, but I don't know what that means at all. There are so many Booyahs and Vimos in the YouTube chat for the direct. Ha, you said Gulululu. Yep. Yes, I did. All right, here we go.
This is Splatsville, in the heart of the Splatlands. Despite its old-fashioned appearance, it's seen enormous growth in recent years. It's also the hottest new place for Inklings looking for things to do. Oh, hello everyone.
Seems like
Hope you're all
it's,
staying fresh. I almost forgot about introductions.
Some kind of stand-in
We're
for another...
the researchers from the Squid Research Lab.
For some, like, Japanese
We're
city.
simply fascinated by what these Inklings can do. They can splat ink in kit form and smoothly swim through it in swim form.
swim
They've been
form?
studying their biology day and night.
Changed it from squid form? Biggest Splatoon 3 reveal.
Today,
There's
we'd
a
like to
junior.
share some new findings on these Inklings, while providing summaries throughout.
Alright. Let's hear the new findings.
Of course, what goes for the
And
Inklings
Octos.
also applies to the Octolings. We're sure of it. First, Turf War. Get styling with some fresh fashion, and get inking
Alright.
with even
Got some
fresher
new
weapons.
outfits. I don't know if we've seen these ones.
Naturally, in a
Swim
place
goggles
called
are back. Let's go.
Splatsville, Turf War battles are the locals' favorite pastime. Two teams of 4 will
go.
ink for 3 minutes. The team that inks the most in their color, in other words, claims
this
the
is,
most
one of the
turf,
new maps.
wins.
Oh, we get an overhead of it. This is huge. We're going to be able to look at that later.
Now, that's not all inking is for.
Okay.
Ink walls to swim up,
So this thing, in the horizontal firing mode, it looks
or
like it
get
inks
sneaky and
like
hide
a
an ink to
tri-slot.
splat opponents.
Is this an end
The
zap?
more ink you spread, the
No,
bigger
that's a
the
splatter
advantage you'll have in battles. Whoops. If you're out of ink, submerge in it to refill.
I love how I'm just completely ignoring the entire
New
point of
techniques
the
like the
presentation.
squid surge to swim up
Oh,
walls
that looked like it
in a
was
single
charged
burst.
up.
And
So it looks
the
like you
squid
actually
roll
sit
to
on the
jump
wall
out
and
of ink
flash
while
for a second before you
simultaneously
do
turning
it.
around have also been spotted.
That, I think, is news to me.
Oh, well, it's
I want to
glowing
look
like
at the
this.
the recovery
The
frame for
move
this. So I'm
also
glad they're showing
slightly
it in slow
repels
motion.
ink from opponents.
Oh, hey. So the
We've discovered where these
invincibility's
turf
been
war battles
adjusted
will
since
take
last
place.
time. Because it lasted longer,
Stages
I think, in
confirmed for the
gameplay trailer.
Splatlands include
So that's good. I wanted it to be shorter.
Gorge, Eeltail Alley, Mincemeat Metalworks, and Undertow Spillway. There seem to be other stages as well.
I like the aesthetic of that
Hagglefish
one.
Market,
Oh, new
a
one.
pier filled to the brim with street vendors.
Okay,
The
this is a
stuff
lot.
here looks fishy, though.
Several
Several stages from Greater Inkopolis also return. Museum D'Alfonsino. Battles here take place in the central courtyard of this modern museum. Take special note of the rotating wall. Hammerhead Bridge.
Hammerhead Bridge is
This
back.
bridge connects Greater Inkopolis to
That's
the
news.
Splatlands. After lots of construction work, it's finally open.
I'll get to play it for the first time
Thanks
ever.
to the bridge, transit to and
Wait,
from Greater
this is
Inkopolis
different than
is
it was,
much
though.
easier.
They
Mahi
took out
Mahi
the grating
Resort.
that went across the whole thing. And Mahi
A
Mahi's
luxury
back.
resort in
Splat
Greater
fans
Inkopolis.
rejoice.
Pay close attention to the platforms that sink as the battle goes on. There will be more areas to ink afterward, so don't forget to splat them.
Huh, so more of the map
Including the
opens up at the
stages
end.
you see here, a total of
Wasn't
12
it different?
await.
Wasn't it that, like...
More stages
No, that
will be
would make
added
sense.
in
Never mind.
free post-launch updates.
Someone who's actually played Splat 1 will have to talk about that. My mic is a
Now,
bit low? Okay,
let's
I'll
get
turn
into
it
the
up.
inky essence of battles, weapons. First, it appears that all the basic weapons from previous games will be available.
Alright, how's that? Is that a little better?
On top of that, Splatland-specific
I can also
weapon types, such as
turn
the
down the
bow-like
video a little.
stringers, will make their destructive debut.
That will probably help a little bit too.
We've also verified a new weapon type called Splatanas.
Splatana.
This is the Splatana Wiper.
Whoa, okay.
Send blades of ink flying.
like a melee
with
weapon.
centrifugal force
That's actually
generated
sick.
By swinging.
I don't know if this is gonna be good, but it looks
Swing
cool as
after
heck.
charging up a bit, and it'll transform into a charged slash. As expected,
It's a
powerful
Japanese
as
game. You
long-range
gotta be able to
attack.
have a katana, right?
But the charged slash at close range is also
Okay.
quite devastating.
So that's a one-shot. Interesting.
Let's dive into the weapons that can help you claim even more turf. Special
So
weapons.
it looks a lot like a brush, but it's got
As
like
the
a
name
little bit
implies,
longer range than a
these
brush
are
with like
special
the
kinds
charge
of weapons
attacks.
that can be unleashed after filling up the gauge from inking turf.
It doesn't ink as much.
There are some new types
that's probably
we've
gonna be-
identified. So let's take a closer
Okay,
look.
that's something that's
This is the tactical.
probably gonna work a little bit
When
differently
it's
than the last we saw
activated,
it.
a fridge appears.
Oh my god, there's so
You'll
much.
find in-game beverages stored inside. These have a variety of
Huh.
effects, like momentarily increasing speed.
Interesting.
They come in packs of
So-
4, so take one and share the rest with your teammates.
So it's like
This is the
a
wave
random
breaker.
thing?
When
Wave breaker,
activated,
okay.
it'll unleash waves around the area. It'll also mark an opponent's location
Okay.
and cause damage.
How,
Try
that
to
looks like
avoid
it
them
has
with a
pretty big
well-timed
range.
jump.
Oh, but it's a platformer.
Finally, the reef slider. Build up
That's
power,
kinda cool.
then charge into opponents who need a good splat. Once the attack ends,
You're just
it'll
riding on a dolphin and
explode
explodes.
damage the surrounding area.
I'm riding
Familiar
on
special
dolphin,
weapons
doing
like the
flips
Tenta missiles,
and
Inkjet,
words. Okay, good.
Inkjet,
Inkjet is back. Confirmed.
Ultra Stamp.
I really want to go back and
And
see how
Booyah
the
Bomb will
mechanics
also
look
make their
for
grand
flying on the Inkjet. Okay.
Special weapons
is
are
so much
paired with
information.
main weapons. So find the combo that
Ultra
suits
Stamp.
your splatting style.
Okay, okay. Suction bomb and crab tank. Okay.
Shop here to get your tentacles on some fresh weapons. This is Ammonites, owned by the chatty horseshoe crab, Sheldon.
That's a lot of weapons that are available level 1.
Wealth of weapon wisdom and
I like
sophisticated
that.
selection.
You get to pick like your favorite weapon class, basically.
Instead of using in-game currency for
splatter
purchases,
shot, the
you'll
roller,
need
the
these
charger.
Sheldon licenses.
Oh, interesting. It's not money this
Obtain
time.
them by leveling up through battles, and by consistently using the same weapons. One
Oh.
Sheldon license can be exchanged
So you get rewarded for
one
sticking to the same
weapon
weapon.
that corresponds
Try
to
and
your level.
encourage you to learn a weapon.
Oh, and just between us, if you exchange more Sheldon licenses
Level
than
21
normal,
is the
it
Glugas.
appears
I have
he'll
no
give
idea
you
if
a
these numbers are
weapon
going to
you
stay the
like
same,
sooner than
but
expected as a special
Bamboo
reward.
at level 23. Okay, so you're still going to have to level up quite a bit, but I do like that more of them are available at level 1.
By
That
the
way
way, the
you're not
Inklings
forced
and
to learn to play a
Octolings walking
shooter
around
when you
town
start
are
playing the
pretty
game. You
savvy
can
about
like
their
pick
fashion.
one of the major classes.
Things like headgear,
I imagine it would actually
clothing,
be like
and
the 8
shoes
or
are
actually
just as
9
important
classes
as
now, 'cause there's
weapons
a
to
Splatana
staying
as well.
fresh in Splatsville. Gear can be obtained in the shops around here. Each one is managed by an interesting shopkeeper. So let's drop in.
Alright, meeting the shopkeepers.
This is not
Gnarly
Couture, a headgear shop. You'll find an array of hats, masks, and glasses,
They're a
so you can
Nautilus.
get ahead of the game.
It
The laid-back Nautilus, Gnarly Eddie,
does have a pretty
and
big hat.
energetic Nails.
Yeah, they picked
the
a
snail sitting
pretty
here
good guy
run the
for it.
shop. This is the clothes boutique, Mana Wardrobe. It specializes in tops,
Mana
like
Wardrobe.
t-shirts and jackets.
That's funny. It's
The
Mana War,
shopkeeper,
like the ship,
Jel
for
Lafleur,
those who have not
might
taken
be
enough
a touch
history classes
archaic
yet.
with words, but this jellyfish has a keen eye for fashion sense. And finally, the shoe store
Yo,
Crush
that dude's
Station.
jacked.
Get a variety
I like
of
'em.
cool kicks here, from sneakers to sandals and even leather footwear. It's owned by
moccasins.
Mr. Coco. He might look intimidating, but deep down, he's a nice guy. Probably.
Probably.
You're more than welcome
What
to
is
pick
that
out gear
supposed to
based on
mean?
its
Is he
appearance.
actually the secret
But they
villain
do
of the
come
single
with
player?
abilities that can help you out in battle. Take run speed up, for example. It can increase your running speed.
They're probably
Or
running like 3 mains of it.
intensify action. This improves the squid
Oh.
roll and squid surge moves. There are even more
So it
abilities
cuts
to
down
discover.
the startup time on
Plus,
it. That's
there's a
actually really
fellow
cool.
in Splatsville who can swap one ability with another.
Okay, so her arm is clipping through the tentacle, but is there like
Talk
a
to Merch
hole on the
here,
back of the shirt?
And you can add an ability of your choosing to your favorite gear.
Yo, merch is all grown up.
And if you save your favorite gear combinations
not
as
just a
fresh
little,
as
like,
fits, you can change in a
Gremlin
flash.
anymore.
Flavor up your fashion with
They're
whatever
calling it a fit,
outfits you
nice.
want. Simply Splat-tastic.
Did they just show that there's layered clothing, like that you can take whatever
Welcome to
appearance
the
you want,
lobby,
but
a
keep
gathering
the
spot for
stats?
those seeking
Or
fresh battles.
I didn't actually pay enough attention to that.
Turf war battles aren't the only things that happen here. You can also square off in Anarchy battles, where you compete for rankings. Hold the active zones in Splat zones.
Okay, this is just ranked mode, but they call it Anarchy now.
Ride the tower to the goal in tower control.
Anarchy is a good word for solo
Rainmaker
queue.
to its destination in Rainmaker.
All right. So zones, tower.
Or
Clam Blitz is back.
Throw clams to score in Clam Blitz.
They'd better have a tutorial this time.
Duke it out in these 4 modes, which
Okay,
are
it's
on
specifically
rotation.
these 4.
Want to take on a challenge
So they're
solo?
not adding any more.
Select Anarchy Battle Series. But if you want to team up with friends, joining Anarchy Battle Open is the way to go.
Yes. You can play the ranked
You
modes
can
with
also
friends.
play private battles online. Set battle
Actually,
modes
it's probably
and
just
other
league
options
battles.
to your
That's probably
liking.
just the same thing as
Why
that.
not play with your favorite battle modes alongside
But series,
friends?
so it's like a best of 3 or a best of 5 now,
Information
and
about
that's what
these
counts.
game modes will be available soon.
That's
on the
really
game's
interesting.
official
I
website.
wonder if that, if they'll, because the only thing I'm wondering is how do they determine what map mode comes from that?
Now,
They're not going to
let's
rotate through
talk about
modes,
the
right? It's just going to be the
features within the
same
lobby.
mode and the same 2 maps, like 3
This
times or
is
5
the
times in a
test
row.
range. Try out and get comfy with your weapons here.
Oh, we've got
Besides being
damage.
able to
Let's go.
practice whenever you
And
want,
oh, this is so
it's
much
also
bigger
a great
and better.
place to get all warmed up
than it
while waiting
was.
for rivals to join a battle.
And they're at splashdown height again, and
Next up,
some of them are moving. That is
ghosts.
such a better testing range.
Online friends will appear as 3D holograms.
Nice. Okay.
Drop in on friends in the midst of battle and play alongside them. You can also join up and start a battle on the same team.
Oh, you can
You'll be
join
able
them
to
from
see
there.
what your friends are up
And you
to.
can go into the... Okay, so it's like
It
they're
appears
little
that
ghosts.
you can also call out to friends in the lobby and invite
So
them
you can
for
see if they're in
battles.
like the training
Why
room in the
not
same place you are.
see these features for yourself? This is where you can view
Got a little bit of the
battle
Dark
replays.
Souls mechanic in, or you can
It
see
appears
phantoms
that
of
it
each
can
other.
somewhat recreate recent battles.
Replay functionality is huge.
Fast
That'll be
forward,
so helpful for people to get VOD reviews.
or skip to a certain part, or even swap to another player's view.
I mean, this is long overdue. Like, they had this kind of functionality in much older games
Not
than,
only can
than
you
Splatoon,
rewatch
but
battles as many times as you'd like,
very good that
there's
we've got.
even a share feature. We hope you'll
The
use
share
this
feature,
handy
okay.
tool to help you rank up.
To help you rank up. Yeah, that's what Squid School's about. They made that
Next,
specifically for me.
We'll analyze and discuss this space within the lobby, the locker room.
The locker room.
Here, you'll find some fresh lockers. One is yours, and the others belong to players with whom you've recently played.
Okay. So it's
As
a
you
little,
can see,
it's kind of like
you'll
the
be able
apartment
to place
feature,
any
and this
acquired
way you can like
weapons,
share it with people and
gear,
stuff.
and items to your liking.
Customizable. There are people who are going to spend
Slap
hours in
on
this
some
thing just
snazzy
making it
stickers.
perfect.
And modify your locker's color. This is your
We'll be like
space
2
to
hours
express
into the
yourself.
game,
So
checking in with our
customize
friends.
it
Hey, what you up
however
to? And they're
you'd
like,
like to
I've got a
show off
sick
your
locker.
signature
Have you
splatting style.
fired a drop of ink yet? No. But look at my locker.
Oh, yes. Items can be obtained at Hotlantis, a general store on the edge of Splatsville. Apparently,
Okay.
the store manager vanishes quite often, so instead, it's run by an artist named Harmony. She used to be a regular customer here. It's got an outlandish assortment of items. Why not show the store some love by grabbing some goods?
So that's just
There
locker
appear to be
upgrades.
plenty of other customization features as well. When battles start,
Mm-hmm.
these splash tags appear.
They had to
They
make
can
those
be
buyable somewhere.
customized with a banner, badge, and title. Additionally,
It's
you can change
Veronica.
the emote your character performs when you win a battle. All of
Oh,
these can be
cool.
obtained via
Those
the
are
in-game
customizable.
catalog, which will be available
That's a really
at
nice touch.
Hotlantis.
Kind of
By
Fortnite
using
dance
points
a
earned
little
from
bit.
battles, you can unlock various items, like stuff for
And it
splash
sounds like
tags
it's all
and
points from
seasonal
battles.
gear.
It's like people were wondering if they were going to do
Following the
microtransactions for
game's
those
launch,
kinds of things, but
a new catalog
they-
is
they
planned
still
to be
easily
released
could.
every 3 months for 2 years.
there'll be a new
Be
catalog.
sure to snatch up everything you see in
So this
each
is a way that they
catalog.
can add new content.
Phew. There's still a lot of info to share, but I need to take a little breather here.
Yeah, you and me both.
In the meantime, please turn your attention toward this.
But I don't get to have that break. You do.
Introducing.
I'll never have my character
Tableturf
dab.
Battle!
I wouldn't
Lay
be sure
out your
about that.
cards for a dazzling deck duel.
Cool. Okay, we got a deck building
Ink
minigame?
different shapes with different cards. Charge up power, then unleash it all at once with a special attack. There are cards like this, and even ones like this, and there are over 150 cards to collect in game. So build your deck and send your rivals packing. The Splatsville
Okay,
locals
so the idea
eagerly
is
await
to
your challenge.
paint as much of the board as
Tabletop
possible with
battle.
the options you have there.
Every player will be gifted an in-game starter deck.
Okay.
Excuse me, I lost my clampoosier for a second there.
Oh my god.
That was Tableturf Battle, a 1v1 competitive card battle spin-off of Turf War. It appears you can play this at the Tableturf Battle Dojo in Splatsville. Be on the
There are
lookout
going to be
for more
competitive
details about
Tableturf battle
Tableturf
players
Battle
who
in the
just show
future.
up to lands specifically just to
And
play
now,
Tableturf.
This.
Salmon Run.
Salmon Run is a
I
simple
like that-
job that
that
requires
stinger at the
4
beginning of that.
players to work together to collect power eggs from the salmonids advancing on them. This part-time gig is rumored to be a little fishy, but it pays pretty well. By defeating particularly
little fishy?
ferocious creatures called boss salmonids,
I know, there's a lot of
you can
fish.
obtain valuable golden eggs. You'll need to collect and deliver plenty of golden eggs in order to complete this job.
It's a little bit like goofier and a little bit less
This
grim.
time around, we've confirmed some
But
new
it's
types
very
of boss
fun.
salmonids. So let's
And it's
share
cool
our
how
findings.
the musical signature of Splatoon
First
2
up,
carries over
the
into it.
Salmon lid.
Oh, a new one.
Creates barriers and protects salmonids on the ground.
That
Get too
doesn't.
close to it, and it'll attempt to crush you. So approach with
Oh.
caution.
Oh, so you just bait it into dropping down and then you hit it on the top. Okay.
Next, the big shot. It fires heavy projectiles from a
He just
distance.
Fires mortars
Be
at you.
prepared for powerful shockwaves when they land.
And oh, it's
With
using
new
that
boss
shockwave
salmonids confirmed,
thing that
make
you
sure
have
you're ready
from.
for an even more dangerous
I forget even what it
salmon
was
run.
called again. That one, like echolocator sort of deal. Ooh. So at the end of all 3 waves,
One of the new king salmonids. Unbelievable.
King Salmon.
It looks like they'll occasionally
So you get an
appear
extra
just before
wave.
you complete the job.
Occasionally, after round
The
3,
tank on your back is a specially provided egg cannon, and it appears that you
And
can
you-
fire golden eggs to deal massive damage.
oh, okay. So you can
However,
sacrifice the
these
golden eggs
battles
you've
are under a
collected
time limit, so rack up as much damage as
to
possible
do as much
drive
damage
them
as you
back.
can. Hopefully you don't like. I would imagine that you're sacrificing the payload that you got by firing it at the
And
King Salmon.
This is the still being researched
One of the new kings.
big
Yeah,
run.
that was what they said.
We believe this is when salmonids invade the city in which icklings and octolings live. It appears that this event happens once every few months, so brace yourselves. Big
Cool.
run
So they
is
actually put it into
coming!
the real maps every now and then. That's a cool touch because it
Now,
gives you more map
observe
variety.
this manhole in Splatsville Square. This is actually the entrance to the home of the Octarians, the Inklings'
What are you doing
longtime
hanging
enemies.
around in sewers,
As
old
Agent
man?
3, the newest recruit of the new Squidbeak Splatoon, you'll do battle with the Octarian army, whose members are covered in hair for some reason. Along with your buddy Small Fry, you'll explore many stages, each one full of twists and turns.
What was that they just threw? Is that a new
almost forgot.
sub-weapon or something?
Story mode is perfect for getting familiar with inking turf and using weapons, so newer players might want to try it out.
I will say Zipcaster platforming
we've come this
seems like it's
far.
going to be really fun.
What awaits the Inklings and Octolings in
That's
the
like
end?
some
We
hookshot
hope you
stuff
can witness
from
the
Legend of
epic
Zelda.
finale of this
I like double
Splat-tastic
hookshot from
saga.
Twilight Princess. That dungeon was kind of fire.
We're back in Splatsville. From here on out, we'd like to talk about other features that'll help you enjoy your splatting escapades even more in the Splatoon 3 game. You can post illustrations here via this mailbox. They'll be displayed all across the city and even in stages.
That's cute.
So put on your artist cap and post away.
I'd like to think that they did that
Vertical
just so that it
illustrations will also be
didn't look
supported.
too good to intimidate people.
Additionally, you can grab food and drinks that'll help
I'm
you
just
in
spoiled by
battles
how
at the
many
concession stand.
Splatoon artists there are who
Or
will
use
just go to
local
town on one of those.
communication to play with nearby folks in your favorite modes at the shoal. By
Land
using
option?
photo mode,
Huh?
you can snap
Button
selfies,
that puts you in land mode, please?
send photos to a smart device,
Oh, it didn't look like they had it.
or display them in your locker. This is the Recon Guide. Select your favorite stages at any
Awesome.
time and take a stroll
That is a
around them.
well-needed quality of life improvement
Why
that
not
you
get
can
familiar with each
recon
stage prior to
any
battles?
map. That looked like a faster fire rate, didn't it? Maybe it just
This
looked
is
smoother,
SplatNet
more
3.
smoothly animated.
You can
But that
use
looked like a
this
faster
with your
fire rate
smart
for the head of
device.
splatling.
It contains
But yeah,
features
being
like
able to
checking your
recon
latest
every
battle
map
stats
is so good.
and ordering special
That'll make it so
in-game
much
gear
easier
not
for me to
sold in
collect
shops from the
footage,
SplatNet
and so much
gear
easier
shop.
for people to
But that's
get
not
used to
all.
certain maps.
Access features like Krusty Sean's Wonder Crust. Support this fellow's journey using ink points earned depending on the areas you inked during battles. Or view
does this
history to
unlock?
take a trip down memory lane with your past ranks. You can also snag
Man, I'm gonna need to
special
watch this like 3 more
wallpapers and
times.
more for your smart device. So be sure to grab them. It appears that SplatNet 3 will be available at launch via the Nintendo Switch Online mobile app.
Alright. It appears.
Next up, Amiibo
Amiibo.
figures. Scan Splatoon series Amiibo at this spot in Splatsville, and voila! Saving your favorite gear combinations as fresh as
Oh,
fit
saving the
will
gear
allow you
combinations.
to
I was gonna say,
easily
if they make the
swap outfits.
Viking helmet amiibo only, I'm gonna riot.
Additionally, it seems you'll be able to get special gear and even snap photos together with Amiibo.
Yeah, they're dabbing. There's no
And
shot that
Splatoon
dabbing is
3
not one of the
Amiibo
emotes that you get for the
incoming.
end of a match. No shot.
Release is scheduled for this holiday.
Lil buddy amiibo.
Now, let's talk about post-launch updates. As we mentioned a while ago, following the game's launch, a new in-game catalog will be released every 3 months for 2 years. New
Wait a
weapons
minute.
will also be added around the same time.
The goals
as
are that
each
close to each
catalog.
other? Is this...
In addition, X
Is
Battle,
Rainmaker different?
available after attaining an extremely
Oh, do you have
high
to get it
rank
up
in
one
Anarchy
goal and then
battle.
another goal lights
And
up?
League
Because
Battle,
that's another
where
goal right
every
in front of
2
us,
hours
isn't
you
it?
can
No, it's
compete
not.
in
That's just
teams
covered.
based
Never
on
mind.
your Anarchy battle results are planned
I'm
to
just
be
not used to the
added in
aesthetics of this
future
stage.
updates. Furthermore, for this game,
This-
we're planning to add large
If those are the
scale
two
paid DLC.
end-game goals, this place looks tiny.
More details will come at a later time.
Yeah,
so please
there's
be on the
another goal
lookout.
that opens up.
And
So there are
now,
checkpoints
I'd
in
like to
Rainmaker
wrap
now.
up this research report from the Squid Research
And you have to
Lab.
pop it again
Thank
once you
for
get to
watching.
one. That's a huge thing for them to just put in when they were talking about something else.
Huh? Who are you supposed to be?
Also, I did not pay any attention to what they were saying about updates because I was trying to figure out what was going on in Rainmaker. Anglerfish. The new idols? Fry. And Shiver. Fire and Ice. Yo, okay. We got a third idol. Big Man. Or is this a band?
Oh,
Or both.
Squid. I completely forgot to tell you about Deep Cut. They're an incredibly popular trio who host the Splatsville news program,
Okay, yeah.
Anarchy Splat.
So we have a male idol, albeit he's just a giant manta ray
They
who
provide information
stands behind
on
the
battle
TV.
stages, as well as other news bulletins.
The artists are going
While we're
crazy
on
right
the
now.
subject, the youngsters of
Write that down,
Splatsville
write that
own
down.
Sea cucumber phones.
Sea
They
cucumber
can
phones.
check the news while doing other activities.
That's-
as shown here.
Beautiful. That is an aesthetic,
And-
all right. That's something you would fit in your pocket. There are so many problems with that. Uh, this is so cool. Oh man, there's a younger part of me that is just all in on this. I don't even know what part of the game this is that we're watching.
It's been confirmed that Splatfest will make a return.
If they didn't,
In
there
these
would be a
events,
riot.
you pick a team based on the announced theme, then settle the
They're doing a
outcome via
Macarena.
battle.
What?
And this time around, there will be 3 teams to choose from.
Their fingers are colorful.
Splatfest consists
3
of
teams.
2 halves. In the first half, teams will compete in 4v4 turf war battles.
Okay.
The second half
Ranked?
is a tricolor turf war.
Tricolor turf war.
It's a special mode where, whoa, 3 teams fight at the same time.
So is it like 3v3v3?
All players
No,
on
it
the
is
team
4v4v4.
currently in first place will start in the center of the stage. 2 players each from the second and third place teams will attack the first place team from opposite ends of the stage.
Okay.
Can the
So one
leading
team
team
is-
defend themselves? Or will the other 2 teams exact revenge and force them out?
How would that
Use the
happen,
Ultra
though?
Signal to control the battle
Did-
and contribute to the Splatfest while working
Did
alongside
yellow
the
and
members
blue
of
ink-
Deep Cut.
So the winning team just has an automatic advantage that way.
Okay, we're going to close out
Like,
this
this is definitely
presentation with an
asymmetric.
announcement from Deep
Because
Cut.
assuming
Take
the
it
yellow
away.
and blue players can't swim in each other's ink, they just are at an innate disadvantage because they only get like half the resources. That's so weird. That is not the way that I would think to balance that. But it's cool. At first I thought, wait, they can have 12 people in a match at once? That means the networking is like substantially improved. But no. Fry looks like such a little gremlin. Their little like pointy teeth and just the vacant stare. Sitting there like a little kid, crisscross applesauce. Okay, that's not like a little kid. This is Japanese culture, but I don't know, the proportions of her face too. Rock, paper, scissors. Looking like 827? Excuse me? 827. Are we talking test fire? That's before the game releases. Huh? scissors make confetti, which I will shower you with at my victory parade. I like Big Man. Big Man's great. Gun always wins. True.
That's all we have to share today. Or not.
Yeah, I was like, really?
Now
Is it?
announcing the Splatoon 3 Enter the Splatlands Invitational 2022 tournament. This
And
event will
that's
take place
before
on
the game
September 5th
launches.
at PAX West.
Oh, it's at PAX West. Okay.
Some of the top finishers from this summer's Splatoon 2 Inkopolis Showdown will head to Seattle and compete in North America's first ever Splatoon 3
That's really good. We get to
Invitational.
see top level
Follow
play
the official Nintendo versus
before it
Twitter
all
account
starts.
for updates.
So that'll be another VOD review.
And to see more of our research findings as we uncover them, follow the official Splatoon North American Twitter account. We hope you'll have an incredible time starting September 9th. Bye-bye!
Okay. Well, it's time to go and find that and replay it and break it down, because holy crap, there was way too much to just... Ah, shoot, it's still live. Is there... Okay, yeah, it looks like it. There's a... No, it's all live. Somebody's uploaded it. I'm just looking for like the official Nintendo upload, because it's probably gonna be lower quality when someone else puts it up. But
Kika, aren't you a Splatoon?
yeah, no, that's just a React video. I think they need to like not be live anymore for me to be able to rewatch it. Because it's just gonna leave the word Nintendo up. That's annoying. Oh, Twitch VOD. I can go to the Twitch VOD. And I know that it's probably off center for now, but there we go. Okay, okay. So let me just... Why is it at 360p? What? Okay. So let's get this lined up a little better. If we put it in theater mode, does that fix it? No, that does not fix it. All right, I gotta line this up a little bit better, but we'll get there. Almost there. Let's see if that's good. Yeah, that's pretty much right there. I did a good job. I'm proud of me. Okay. So we're going to go through this at the speed that we want to go through it. Wow, there's so much. So, new weapon class, multiple new specials and sub-weapons, Rainmaker works differently, new confirmed maps, including Hammerhead Bridge looking completely different because it doesn't have the grading up over the top of it. I have no idea if Mahi Mahi Resort was different because, again, I literally never played that map in my life. But it was there, and it wasn't exactly how I remembered it being. And a lot of gameplay features. The training room looks amazing. Recon on every stage is available all the time. They had this up for like 20 minutes or something. Yeah. Here's this dance is very, very good, but we gotta keep going here. Okay.
Oh, hello everyone. Hope you're with these Inkling day and night.
So this doesn't tell us much about the junior. Oh, and there is a new gear perk that powers up your Squid Surge and your that's the Squid Surge is the one where you go over the top, and then the Squid Roll.
Naturally, in a place called
Yeah, being able to choose the emote is so huge. It's not based on the weapon anymore. You can just pick one, which is awesome. I did like the weapon-specific animations. I thought those were really cool. But being able to not have to see the exact same one every single time is also pretty neat.
Called Splatsville. Turf war battles are the low turf.
Is the volume louder than it was in the original Direct? Okay, we're gonna back up because we get an overhead of this map here.
For 3 minutes. The team that inks the most.
They like this thing where they're putting grates just over the top so that you can shoot down through them.
Most in their color. In other words, claims the most.
Okay, here we go. I wish I could get the play button thing off the screen so we can see this a little bit clearer, but... So, spawn is high ground, and you drop down from here or here or here, so you have plenty of options for getting down. Then... They're a lot more horizontal in this game. It's kind of hard to tell, like... I can tell where there's elevation change, but it looks like this is the lowest, and then it goes up this ramp, and you get to here, and then you can drop off on the other side, I think. These drop-offs look really dangerous. These look like kind of kill zones, because you can't get back up in either of these directions if you drop down from here. So this area, I don't know, it better give you access to something important. It's really hard to tell how you traverse mid here. Like, can you go... You can definitely go underneath this middle bridge. Can you go under this stuff? I don't know. But these maps are designed a lot differently. They're a lot less open from what I'm seeing. They've got a lot more stuff going on in the middle. There are multiple corridors. Feels like you're playing a little bit more of a cover shooter. Play in slow-mo and take a screenshot. That's an option, I guess. Drink machine, I want to see the abilities. Yeah, the only one that it showed us was the speed boost one. We could, like, the little animation. I'm assuming the color indicates what kind of buff you're getting. And all of the ones that the Inklings got in that shot was the same color. So my interpretation of that is that for the test footage, they only had one of those buffs ready. And so that was the one we saw. But, yeah, like, there are a lot of things that could do, and if it's random, that's going to be wild. It's going to feel like Shulk or more like Hero, actually, from Smash Ultimate, where you don't know what you're going to get. Some of it's OP, some of it's not. So, man, we're getting so far ahead of ourselves. So this kind of map design is something that we're seeing in, like, a lot of the maps. A bit wider, and you've got multiple corridors that you can take, so the choke points are a lot less choked. We'll just have to see how that plays out in practice, because I've only played Splatoon 2, you know? I haven't played a bunch of maps that have a vastly different map design philosophy. So I'll have to get my hands on it and see how it plays in practice, like how fast it is to get to mid from here, whether like every option, every corridor you can take is really viable, or if there's just one or two that everyone are gonna want to filter through, except on flanks.
Turf win.
I just don't have a lot of data to work with on how this is gonna end up playing. We were able to see some like ink strikes and killer whales.
That's not all.
There. So we get the painting pattern for the bow here. This is definitely better than it looked. When they showed it off in the gameplay trailer, it shot these like arrows that stuck in the ground and then exploded and made a pitiful amount of ink on the ground. Now it's showing that like these are actual shots that fire off looking like this. I wonder if the version that we saw in the gameplay trailer was just a working prototype and that they never intended it to be designed that way, but it was easier to animate because they didn't need to get all the ink splatters to look good yet. I would totally believe that that's the case because like this ink texture here looks really high def, and that was not the way that the game looked at the time. So maybe they just needed a visual shorthand for there'll be ink here, don't worry about it. And it's just not even going to look like that in the final game. Overall thoughts, blown away, Fia. There is a lot to talk about. There are so many nice little quality of life improvements that make me really optimistic. There are a few things that I was maybe hoping for that I'm not sure exactly how they're going to work still. For example, like, for a second I thought that there was going to be, like, multiplayer queue ranked, but I guess that's only... They didn't call it league modes, and they kept it the same color. So it seems like instead of league battles, they now have multiplayer ranked. And maybe the way that that works is that you have... Wait. A thought just occurred to me. In league battles, there were quads and pairs. They didn't have any mention of quads or pairs. So maybe with the new multiplayer ranked mode thing, it's going to be like Salmon Run matchmaking, where any size between 1 and 4 can join. That would be cool. And if that were the case, then without impacting your solo rank, you could queue into a ranked mode as a single player. The stars are aligning based on what they told us for that to actually be the way that those modes work. And that is exactly the way they should work. And I'm super happy with that. So there are a lot of good things that we just learned. I'm going to keep going here. Are you ready to dab in-game? You know that's a thing. We saw it happen with the Amiibo, all right? There's no shot that there's not a dab emote.
Blinking is 4.
This still is not a lot of paint. Like, at least it's painting your feet, right? But this is a backline weapon, right? Or at least a very, very long-range midline weapon. And it's only painting this much in front of it.
Ink.
The vertical thing is nice, because that would have been a pain to try and paint up walls with the way that it fires. So they really needed to add the vertical
Walls
mode.
to swim up.
No ledge canceling, SMH.
Or get sneaky and
Get good, Veronica.
hide in ink to splat opponents. The more ink you spread,
Oh wait,
swim
let's
up.
see if they're stealth swimming here. I didn't think about that.
Or get sneaky and hide in ink
Yep, they're definitely stealth swimming, and there's no
to
trail.
splat opponents.
Wait, was there a sound effect?
Ink walls to swim up. Or get sneaky and hide in ink to splat opponents.
There's a sound effect for you. That sounds pretty quiet. But, like, I don't know, maybe... Because in Splatoon 2, you know, I made a TikTok about this, but you submerge in the ink, and if you just sit still, you get the little bubbling sound like you get from the loading screen. Here, it sounds like there's a little bit of movement sound, a little bit of that, like, smearing sound that you get when you're swimming quickly. I wonder if the opponents will be able to hear that and detect it that way. I'm scared that there is only Booyah in this way again. Yeah, I didn't even notice that, but
The more ink you
it is what it is.
spread, the
It's like, yeah, it would be nice to have like a be careful. I think that's a really, really useful idea to include in the game, but it's not the end of the world. We've made do with it as it is. Kind of glad the bow doesn't paint a ton. We don't want another E-leader situation where a sniper just gets relegated to painting. It needs something to distinguish it from a charger, to make it better than a charger. And right now, I don't know what that is. So, weapons aren't locked behind levels anymore. Yes, they are. We saw like the splatter shot and the roller and the charger were level 1, and then like we saw the glugas were locked at like level 20 or something. Like that was in the direct. We'll go and see it again.
bigger the advantage you'll have in battles.
Not entirely. It literally said level 21 on it, and level 22 and level 23. You just need more cards than normal. I wasn't paying enough attention then. We'll get there.
If you're out of ink, submerge in it to refill. New techniques like the squid surge to swim up walls in a single burst, and the squid roll to jump out of ink while
They show
simultaneously
this
turning
in slow
around
motion
have also been spotted.
at some point here. Right here. Okay. So I'm gonna... Is there a frame-by-frame option? No, there isn't. Ah, we need this on YouTube. Okay, hold on. Let me see if it's on YouTube again. Okay. I think... Nintendo Italia. Can we get the NA one, please? Okay, whatever. We'll go British. See if that sounds any different.
Look intimidating, but
Oh no, it's the same voice.
there are some the inky essence of that museum.
Okay, come on. Where is the thing? I definitely went past it. Weapons was talking about the bow, I realize. Here we go, here we go. How many shots do they miss on that? I need to see. I need to know. We're zoomed in a little bit here. I'm just gonna watch for the ability to go with frame by frame here, and then I'll switch back to Twitch because this is lower quality right now. It's probably still processing. Yeah, that's a lot of shots that they missed. They do not have their aim on. With the squid roll, everyone's going to become a dualies player. And by that I mean, with the dualies, when you dodge rolled, you needed to get your aim on during the dodge roll so that as soon as you went turret mode, you were firing and hitting the shots accurately. You want to be doing the same thing with the squid roll here. You want to, like, take the time where you're committed to that movement to just get your aim up to your opponent and be ready to actually splat them. To be fair, it doesn't look like they have an aiming reticle. But, okay. This is actually looking more invincible than I thought. Okay. So it's at 30 frames a second. So here's the first flash, which I'm assuming corresponds to iframes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh my god. Hello? YouTube?
Well, it's
Oh my goodness. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It just freezes here. Ah. Okay, forget it. We'll go back to the other thing. Grumble, grumble. But, well, when they showed it in the first trailer, I counted, I think, 14 iframes, which is a quarter of a second, which is a lot. I'm pretty sure that's more frames than a Dark Souls roll has. And in Dark Souls, the strategy was basically every time a boss attacks you, you just dodge roll through it as long as you can't just, like, avoid it. And your iframes tank the hit. So, what I'm worried about with that mechanic, if it works the way that I'm predicting it does, is that you can just kind of dodge roll attacks, and, like, a dynamo roller literally never gets to hit you because it's such a predictable timing that you just dodge roll through the attack and it doesn't do damage. There are a lot of ways that could be, you know, not the case. It could make it so that lethal damage doesn't get blocked by this, so that, like, you know, an E-liter shot would pierce this, or a dynamo swing would pierce this, a lethal bomb would still splat you. Maybe it just gives you like ink armor where you get like a 30 damage sort of extra HP. I don't know. But that could be a problem depending on how it's balanced. Oh, come on.
Oh! Well, it's glowing like this.
Oh. I'm dumb. I was actually going frame by frame, and it just freezes here in the video.
The move also slightly repels ink from opponents.
Slightly repels ink. Okay, that's important verbiage there. Also, look, this is... The bow is firing differently in vertical form here. Does it just fire those arrows at full charge? That's not the way that it was working in the previous...
Oh! Well, it's...
Oh, wait. Okay, this is an older build that they're working with here for this footage. Like, there's less polish. So maybe the bow is working the way that it used to for this demonstration, but it wasn't for the earlier demos.
Glowing like this, the move also slightly repels ink from opponents.
I'm glad that I'm going back through it again, because there's a lot that I'm missing from the verbal presentation because I was talking over it.
We've discovered...
Yeah, it said slightly repels ink, which is a really good phrase to hear about that. Because that means it's not going to prevent lethal damage in all likelihood, which means it is a nerf to shooters. It's probably the sort of thing that will tank like one shot from a shooter. So you use this to approach a shooter weapon. Like, if you're a blaster player, that's what this is for. This is for the blaster players. Because blasters were one of the weakest weapon classes, except for the rapids in the last game. So now a blaster player, because they need burst movement. They need the ability to overcome the fact that their weapon has a really slow fire rate. And so they use the burst movement to dodge into someone's shots, and that early amount of iframes or whatever that you get, damage mitigation, helps them get to the point where they can fire a shot before they just get melted by the shooter player, and that gives them enough time to get through the startup animation of their weapon to fire a blast at them. That has to be what that is designed for, because that works just too perfectly for them. That's one of the things that like Chara was saying about the blaster, that like being able to jump shot with the blaster is really important, but because jump RNG ruins the ability to jump shot so badly, it's just in a really awkward place. And so this kind of gives you that functionality to be able to jump shot, and also gives you some iframes on top of it, but you can still put RNG on the actual jump shot. That makes a lot of sense. Now, what else does that impact? Because if everyone's able to do this, it's not just for blasters. I think it remains to be seen whether a charger player can squid roll with charge and then release it on the end of the squid roll. It seems like that would make sense. Like, that's something they can kind of already do just by swimming. So that's probably an option they've got. Should help them a little bit in CQC, I would think. Having that extra damage mitigation. Rollers probably have to do the full swing when they come out the other side, so I don't think it makes a huge difference. What else would really like this? I guess it might help for Brellas, like shield open, squid roll somewhere else, Brella open again. That could be good. Probably has a lot of startup frames, excuse me, on the Brella opening that make that not quite as viable. Yeah, this seems like really specific to blasters. So that's an interesting thought.
Where are these
sloshers? That's true. I Again, it depends on the startup frames. Like, because if Squid Roll Slosh is too slow, and you might as well just swim backwards, that might not... Because, like, right now what sloshers do is they, like, walk and jump backwards while they're sloshing. And, like, the Squid Roll is more burst movement, sure, but if the startup and recovery frames make it so that they're going to move at an overall slower rate, then they might as well still just walk and shoot. So it'll depend on the frame data there. But yeah, if this is a faster way for them to move while sloshing, then that's definitely going to change the game for them. Which is interesting because, like, I don't feel like sloshers needed a buff. They were viable pretty much the entire lifespan of the game. Maybe at the end of it a little bit less so, but they still weren't bad. So I don't know. How Little Buddy Amiibo impact the meta? Drastically. Drastically.
These turf war battles will take place. Stages confirmed for the Splatlands include Scorch
Jellyfish.
Gorge,
Doing some rock climbing.
Eeltail Alley. Turf war battles
Oh yeah,
will
Scorch
take
Gorge
place.
was the first map we saw.
Stages confirmed for the Splatlands include Scorch.
They really like this whole great bridge over the top of mid thing. It's like every map is now a little bit Kelp Dome. Which Hydras are gonna like.
Eeltail
I don't know if
Alley,
anybody else is gonna like that.
Mincemeat Metalworks, and Undertow Spillway. There seem to be other stages as well.
Also, Undertow Spillway has some glass similar to Schellendorf. It doesn't span the whole map or anything, but there are going to be some important high ground strongholds in ranked modes.
Hagglefish Market.
Yeah, that replay feature is going to be big for specifically this channel.
A pier filled to the brim with
So,
street
Hagglefish
vendors.
Market is a completely
The
new
stuff
map.
here looks fishy, though.
And I can't see very much of the map, or like what is map and what is background. There is an ink rail on that
Several
map.
stages from Greater
best I can say.
Inkopolis also return. Museum D'Alfonsino. Battles here take place in the central courtyard of this modern museum.
They just focus more on the mid fight instead
Take
of flank
special
and side
note
fights.
of the rotation.
As compared to what? Because I feel like what's going to happen here potentially is, even if you're like in the middle of the map at like the center of the objective, you and your team can be in two separate places because there are going to be separate corridors. I don't know. I guess they are funneling the players closer to each other, but there are definitely going to be side routes and stuff like that, and other ways in. I don't want them all to just be rectangles. Like, even if they're wider rectangles, and you know, that's better. Like, some variety is kind of nice still.
Hammerhead Bridge. This bridge connects Greater Inkopolis to the Splatlands. After lots of construction work, it's finally open.
Oh, construction work. So Hammerhead Bridge was, I think, like under construction in Splatoon 1, and now it's actually done. And so instead of having just the scaffolding over the top, now you've got the full stage ready to go. So basically what this functionally means is they just removed the grating over the top, and it's just the stage that was below that. That seems like what it is. I don't know the layout of Hammerhead Bridge enough. Again, I got into Splatoon in 2018 with Splatoon 2. I have played 2 hours of Splatoon 1, so I have no idea what Hammerhead Bridge was like. I have to go and look up a map to be able to see if this layout lines up with it. Hammerhead no bridge. The bridge is over the top. You just can't access it.
Thanks to the bridge, transit to and from Greater
Chara is probably sad, though, because no Flounder Heights.
Inkopolis is much easier. Mahi Mahi Resort.
Is this the
A
way that Mahi
luxury
Mahi
resort
works in the first
Greater
game?
Inkopolis.
Oh, look at that jellyfish animation right there.
Pay close attention to the platforms that sink as the battle goes.
Like 3 frames per second. Based on a cuttlefish? Like Cuttle from Subnautica cuttlefish?
Goes on. There will be more areas to
Flounder's in an
afterward,
update.
so don't forget to splat them,
I totally missed that.
including the stages.
Okay, Inkblot, Sturgeon, Mako, and Wahoo? Wahoo's not the one that we wanted.
You see here a total of 12.
But Mako, Sturgeon, and Inkblot, I don't think too many people are going to complain about. Those were solid. Sturgeon's kind of meh, but I like Inkblot a lot, and Mako is pretty popular as well. Really would have liked to see the Reef again.
Wait,
And Piranha Pits.
more stages.
Okay, so that on the left. These are new stages, right? So this is, I don't know what that is on the left, and then we've got Temple of Anubis from Overwatch on the right.
Will be added in free post-launch
Oh, that's Flounder Heights? Okay. Got it. All right.
updates.
Right isn't new. I told you, it's Temple of Anubis from Overwatch.
Now, let's get into the inky essence of battles. Weapons. First, it appears that all the basic weapons from previous games will be available.
Yep, we knew that.
On top of that, Splatland-specific weapon types, such as the bow-like stringers, will make their destructive debut. We've also verified a new weapon type called Splatanas.
All right, let's take a look at this.
Is the Splatana wiper.
It's literally a windshield wiper. That just clicked for me. That's hilarious.
Send blades of ink fly.
Does that mean that there are other kinds of Splatana then? So like there are other so there's the Splatana wiper, but then maybe there's a bigger version or a smaller version. I imagine this is probably the small version. What would the big version be? You like a big charge, like, and then you have this massive Sephiroth katana that sends a beam of light across the screen, all anime and stuff.
Flying with the centrifugal force generated.
So that looks pretty long range. That looks like custom dually squelchers kind of range, like foil or foil squeezer kind of range. Like, granted, I think that's a charge shot,
Splatanas.
but
This
that does give you the
is
ability to harass from
Splatana
pretty far
wiper.
away.
Send blades of ink fly.
Oh no, that's just your normal swing. That's pretty long range. Like, I was looking at it like, okay, but the ink doesn't spread out as much as it does on a brush. Like, is that going to be better? That's going to be a pretty strong, for how mobile it is, because that looks like a lightweight weapon. And having that much range,
Flying with the
could be
centrifugal
really
force
good.
generated by swinging. Swing after charging up
and then the charge gives it more
a bit,
range.
and it'll transform into a charged slash. As expected, it's powerful as a long-range attack, but the charged slash at close range is
Okay, so the charge slash at close range is a one-shot. So that's going to be an option for, like, ambushing someone behind corners, like with a brush. Like, you just shark around the corner, get them to chase you around it, and then have a charge slash ready as they come across. This is cool. This seems like it's going to have a lot of versatility. I could definitely see people trying this out in the Invitational coming up and having some success with it. Does the katana itself have a hitbox? I mean, it's literally a melee weapon, I think. Just whacked someone with it.
And it'll transform into a
We'll back up and
charged
take another look,
slash.
but...
As expected, it's powerful as a long-range attack. But the charged
But yeah, that's
slash at
like...
close range
You're literally hitting someone with it. Splash down his back?
is also quite devastating.
I must have missed it.
Let's
Be
dive
interesting to see
into the
how they balance
weapons that
that.
can help you claim even more turf. Special weapons. As the name implies, these are special kinds of weapons that can
So
be unleashed after
here's-
filling up the gauge from
Special weapons or special weapons? No way.
inking turf.
So here's the newest version of
There
the
are
whale.
some new types we've identified. So let's take
Still
a
working the same way, where it goes like top, middle, bottom.
closer look. This is the Tacticooler. When it's activated, a fridge appears. You'll find in-game beverages stored inside.
So it looks like you just like approach it and the buff hops off onto you.
These have a variety of effects, like momentarily increasing speed,
Momentarily increasing speed. So you could, for instance, pop a Tacticooler right at the beginning of the match, hoping for the speed buff to get your team out into mid faster and win pop. That, if it's random which thing you get, that could be really annoying. Because, like, maybe the team wants to use it to get into mid faster to get Rainmaker pop. But you don't end up getting the speed buff, and the enemy team does. Like, if it's just a roll of the dice, this is going to be really frustrating to try and play around, I think.
They come in packs of 4, so take one and share the rest with your teammates.
I wonder if the opponents can see this buff around the player. I wonder if that's, like, visible to them, so that they know how to play around it.
This is the Wave Breaker. When activated,
They literally just turned everything into a Mario platformer with this.
it'll unleash waves around the area. It'll also mark an opponent's location and cause damage.
Oh, it does cause damage. I missed that part the first time around. Okay. It looked like it was a 3-shot.
Activated, it'll unleash waves around the area. It'll also mark an opponent's location
2,
and cause damage.
3. Okay. So it does something like, 33 to 40. What would it be? Somewhere between 33 and 49 damage per hit. That's not bad. It's like avoidable, but also if you don't want to have to jump, I don't know why you wouldn't want to jump. Because like the whole disadvantage of jumping would be, well, I guess, yeah. So you get the option whether to counterplay it in one of a couple different ways. You can either choose to tank the damage, or you can choose to be revealed and, choose to tank the damage and be revealed, or you can jump. Both of which have their advantages and disadvantages. That's interesting. It's a bigger AoE sub than we've seen before. So I imagine that you would put this on a weapon that's going to be relatively slow moving and just have it put one down like all the time. Because you have to be able to like recharge ink fast enough to just have another one out as soon as the last one went out. So you could just like spam these as you move up. It's something that'll be annoying if you like put it on zone or something. I think one big disadvantage of it is that it doesn't paint. I don't know. Forcing the opponents to jump isn't a bad thing. It's just the radius isn't the biggest thing. So it might just zone some opponents away from that spot for a little bit. I'm trying to think how viable I think this is going to be. If I were to drop this in Splatoon 2, what impact would that have? Because jumping also messes up aim RNG. Like, this is going to make it so that if opponents are trying to counterplay it in a certain way, they're more likely to just randomly miss. Having this on tower could be a pain, depending on how the waves work. Because they show you this, unfortunately, on a very flat, circular piece of ground. I don't know how this interacts over ledges. Does this go fall down over the ledge? Does it go straight out over the ledge? So, like, if this were on tower and it were pushing the, like, second checkpoint area, would it hit someone who's standing on top of steps on Wahoo? I don't know.
Try to avoid them with a well-timed jump.
That's true. This is going to do enough damage to break ink armor if such a special were in the game. We have no confirmation that it is. Can you not just push with the wave?
Fine.
Well, like, the only way the wave generator is going to be able to move is if it's on top of the tower.
Finally, the reef slider. Build up power, then charge into opponents who need a good splat. Once the attack ends, it'll explode and damage the surrounding area.
So that's a special, right?
They come and activate attacks, so you'll find it by. So let's take a closer look. This is the Tacticooler.
Are these sub-weapons?
Close range.
No, these are special weapons?
As the name implies, these are special kinds of weapons that can be
Tacticooler
unleashed
is
after
just a
filling up the
special.
gauge from inking turf. There are some new types we've
Okay.
identified, so let's take a closer
I was
look.
thinking about these as if they were sub-weapons.
This is the Tacticooler. When it's activated,
These
a fridge
seem
appears.
really underwhelming,
You'll
I'm not
find
gonna lie.
in-game beverages stored inside. These have a variety of effects, like momentarily increasing speed.
I was thinking this was going to be like a high
They
ink
come in packs
usage
of 4, so take
sub-weapon.
one and share the rest with your teammates. This is the Wave Breaker. When activated, it'll unleash waves around the area.
Yeah, that's a
It'll
really
also
underwhelming amount of
mark an
damage.
opponent's location and cause
at it.
damage.
Like, they're just running around in circles.
Try to avoid them with a well-timed jump. Finally, the Reef Slider.
Literally, you could make that a sub-weapon, and I don't think it would be overpowered. Maybe I'm out of line for saying that, but just make that a really high ink consumption sub, and I still don't think that that's so powerful that it's a problem. Fighting them and inking the other person, maybe the wave breaker can splat them. Yeah, I don't know. I'd much rather have any number of other specials, I think. So Reef Slider looks like the replacement for Baller. This is your... because Baller became a defensive special towards the end of Splatoon 2. They nerfed the shield enough that like you just couldn't really approach with it very effectively. Reef Slider, I like that they made it faster so that you're less likely to just like die for
Build up power.
trying to
then
engage this way. And like there's a lot less startup time on the explosion. Now, it still looks like you might be able to get shot out of
opponents
this.
who need a good
Like you look very vulnerable there. This Hydra, it is inexcusable that they are not just splatting the sky, especially with how telegraphed it looks.
Once the attack ends, it'll explode and
Wait, did it...
the
Hold on,
Reef
did it just
Slider.
go through Hydra shots?
Build up power.
No, that looks like it did damage, right?
Try to avoid them with a
it was
well-timed
making the
jump.
like lightning bolt effect.
Finally, the Reef
Yeah,
Slider.
he got hit.
Build up power, then charge.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That seems pretty vulnerable and a little bit too telegraphed.
Into opponents who need a good
It's good that it's
splat.
faster. Like, that explosion comes out pretty quick, but I feel like you can just get directed off the back of it with a blaster, right?
Once the attack ends, it'll explode and damage the surrounding area. Familiar special weapons.
So missiles are back. That's going to be a controversial one. They could still rebalance them, but this special was pretty dominant towards the end of Splatoon 2.
Like the Tenta missiles, Inkjet.
Inkjet looks a lot more stable. Like, they're really just hovering there. They're not doing the up and down sort of thing. So they might be stabilizing it to make it a little bit more user-friendly. Which would only make experienced Inkjet users stronger. But maybe they're just sitting there in place because they want it to be stable for the camera. I don't know. It still looked smoother in that animation than I think it is in Splatoon 2.
Ink Storm. Ultra
Ink
Stamp.
Storm is fine. Ultra Stamp is back. Well-designed special, I think. Like, it was a little bit underpowered, maybe. But it definitely has its niche.
And Booyah Bomb will also make their grand return.
Booyah Bomb has fewer breaks in it. It's way harder to see through that. Like, it is a much stronger smoke screen while it's up there.
Special weapons are paired with...
So, the Wiper... I mean, this is... I don't know if this is a real kit or not, but Torpedo is an interesting one for it. And it doesn't really need, like, a burst bomb or anything like that. Bomb, I guess, would be nice, but Torpedo's not bad. And then...
main weapons.
Stamp
So find the
seems
combo.
good for it. It's fast moving. It's going to be able to get into flank positions. So Splatbrella is basically the same kit, except instead of rain, it has triple ink.
That suits your splatting style.
Then with dualies. So this is basically K-dualies. They literally just took K-dualies and said, well, Crab Tank is the closest to the baller, right? So let's just make it that way. Yeah, so
Shop
here's the
here
weapon
to get
shop.
your tentacles on
So
some
let's take a
fresh
look
weapons.
at the details for this. Of course we got raided, and of course, once again, it did not inform me of this. So, thank you for the raid, DBGo. Appreciate you. Here. There's supposed to be an animation, yeah, there's supposed to be an animation and sounds that play, and they have not been working for the last week or something, and I need to figure out why, but... So no guinea pigs with Ewok noises, unfortunately, but thank you guys for coming in. Oh, and I hit the space bar and it didn't
This is
Okay.
Ammo Nights.
So, one nice thing about this, these
Owned by
weapons
the-
are like, oh, it's one Sheldon ticket. That's not level 1.
Chatty
Okay.
Horseshoe Crab, Sheldon.
So I do like that there are more options available, like, immediately, because everyone having to play the Splattershot Junior at level 1 is going to bias people towards shooter weapons in a way that is just not necessary. Why not just learn the weapon class you want to learn from day 1?
The locals have praised him for his wealth of...
Am I going to the PAX event? I do not have the money to go do any unnecessary travel right now, unfortunately. But I'll definitely be looking at the finals of that event and reviewing it. Or really any of the... Because all of that is going to be gameplay footage that's not from just Nintendo devs. It's going to be from top players. And that's going to tell us so much more about how the game is going to play.
weapon wisdom and sophisticated selection.
These school goods are much less mobile than 52. Interested to hear your opinion on Splatfests. The tricolor Splatfest is going to be a hot mess. I don't think that makes any sense at all. But the it does look... I love the aesthetic of the whole thing. And that's really what's most important for Splatfests. Like, Splatfests were never a competitively friendly event. Like, the competitive players get to, like, Splatfest royalty and then grumble about the fact that they can't play ranked modes. And that's kind of how it goes. But they bring the community together, and they get high volumes of people online, and that's really what they're designed to do. And they look gorgeous. Oh my god, that I was just smiling the whole way through that little like music video, I guess, that they had for it. Like, that was magical. So, I think they're fine.
Instead of using in-game currency for purchases, you'll
Not
need
in-game currency,
these
you need
Sheldon licenses.
So, this person has 10 of them. I wonder how easy it is to get these.
Obtain them by leveling up through battle.
So, if you increase level, do you just get one then?
And by consistently using the same weapons.
Use the same weapon. So, it looks like you will still need to level up to unlock the next weapon. Now, the level 1 unlock happens after you win one match, if it's the same way as it was in Splatoon 2. So, that's fine. That's whatever. But the starting weapon, I mean, I imagine it's probably still the Splattershot Jr. Oh, it's weapon freshness. That's what it is. So, like in Splatoon 2, where you win a certain number of games... Is it a certain number of games, though? Because it says use the weapon. Weapon freshness in Splatoon 2 was win streaking. Were you able to win streak enough that you got to that point? So, if they're defining freshness the same way in this game, that means that you get Sheldon licenses for grinding in turf. And that's actually a really huge upgrade to the rewards you get from Turf War. That will incentivize people to play Turf War a lot more competitively. I remember a tweet that has stuck with me for a long time where it was like a 2700 XP player where they were like, okay, which is harder? Hi, cat. Which is harder? Getting top 500 or getting super fresh in solo match-made turf lobbies? Because getting super fresh in a turf war lobby with like your favorite streamer and like 6 of their other viewers is one thing. But when it's doing the matchmaking so that you should have even matches in theory, and you have to win like 4 of those games in a row on average, you have to have like an 80% win rate against players that you're match made against. We're talking like you are one of the best players in the world if you're able to do that. That's really, really hard. So hopefully it's not that you have to get like super fresh 50 to get the last Sheldon license out of that given weapon. Like, that seems prohibitively difficult. That seems like something where people are going to cheese it if it works exactly the same way it does in Splatoon 2. But I imagine it probably wouldn't, because they said use the weapon. Maybe that's turf inked, right? That would make more sense to me. Sent me a thing, says Jamie. Okay, what thing did Jamie send me? Save data bonuses. If there's save data from Splatoon 2 on your system, part of it can be transferred to Splatoon 3. There are even some in-game rewards for doing so. You get 3 gold Sheldon licenses that you can exchange for main weapons regardless of player level. You can join Anarchy battles from the beginning of the game regardless of player level. That's huge. Start the game with a higher rank depending on your rank in Splatoon 2. Get matched against players with similar skill levels from Splatoon 2. They're trying to get the killers out of the C rank lobbies. That's really smart. I appreciate that. So granted, we're not going to be able to, do weapon to X sort of grinds through C rank and stuff, but honestly, I'm not interested in doing that right away. I think that's a very good thing that they're doing. You can transfer save data once per Nintendo account by launching Splatoon 3 or entering the lobby while connected to the internet. In order to transfer save data from Splatoon 2 must be on the same system, the same user account. Okay. That's smart. That's smart. No bullying allowed. Exactly. Pit me against the monsters and end my career from the get-go. There you go. All right.
1 Sheldon license can be exchanged for 1 weapon that corresponds to your level.
That corresponds to your level, though. So yeah, Sheldon licenses are a way to unlock these. It's a different currency, but you still have to have unlocked that weapon by leveling up.
Oh, and just between us?
See, look, level 19, level 20, level 20, and these cost more Sheldon licenses later on down the line, too. So it's going to take a lot of effort, it looks like, to actually unlock all the weapons, which was the case before, but yeah, grumble, grumble. There's first win of the day XP. That's important to note. So you got to get in and do your dailies if you want to unlock everything. So they're getting kind of close to gacha mechanics here and there, but yeah. So what is this here? I can't see what that weapon is on the far left. The one that's covered up by level 19, but then flings a roller, Hydra, Glugas, Clash, and Bamboo. I don't know why they keep putting Clash at such high levels to unlock. Like, it's a very beginner-friendly weapon that does not scale well into the late game, into, like, higher levels of skill. So it's weird that they think that it's so, like, challenging to use right or something. But Glugas makes sense, Hydra makes sense, Bamboo makes sense. Flings, they could put that a lot earlier. It really doesn't need to be that far back. I don't know if that's a Luna Blaster or what. Bloblobber? Oh, that could totally be the Bloblobber. And again, well, that doesn't have to be a super late level, I wouldn't think.
You exchange more Sheldon licenses than normal.
I don't know what their philosophy is for which weapons they put later. Like, I would think it should be the most difficult ones. And like Glugas, that makes sense because it has a really low fire rate, so you have to hit your shots. Bamboo, you have to hit your shots. Hydra, you have to figure out how to navigate the nerfed movement mechanics and hold your charge and stuff. Like, those are difficult weapons to learn as a beginner. But the other three are like, these are the weapons that like a beginner player should be gravitating toward. So I'm surprised that that's where those are at. Great typo there, Banky.
The Inklings and Octolings walking around town are pretty savvy about their...
They actually just had a rock, paper, scissors emote. So there's going to be a rock, paper, scissors emote so that you can play rock, paper, scissors during the rock, paper, scissors Splatfest. That's a nice touch. Also, cowboy hat.
Fashion. Things like headgear, clothing, and shoes are just as important as weapons to staying fresh in Splatsville.
Just said you can get them in the lower
License
levels?
can be exchanged for one weapon that corresponds to your level. Oh, and just between us, if you exchange more Sheldon licenses than normal, it appears he'll give you a weapon you like sooner than expected as a special reward.
Okay. So it makes them cost more if you get them out of level, but you can still get them. All right. Once again, I was not paying attention to what they said. Cat, why are you doing this? What do you need? You don't need water. Oh, you know what? He thinks it's breakfast time. Because I'm up way earlier than I usually am. So he's like, hey, wait, why haven't you fed me yet? Usually the alarm that wakes me up is the alarm that feeds him. So...
By the way, the ink...
Some of the animations are
special reward.
Definitely not polished yet, or maybe aren't intended to be. Look at the frame rate on this guy on the right.
By the way, the Inklings and Octolings walking around town are pretty savvy about their fashion. Things like headgear, clothing, and shoes are just as important as weapons.
500p missiles.
To staying fresh in Splatsville.
All right, chill out.
Gear can be obtained in the shops around here. Each gear shop by an you'll find an array and the energetic nails, like t-shirts and jackets. And finally, by Mr. Coat on its appearance. But they do come with abilities that can help you out in battle.
Was something that we saw before, and I think we understand it at this point.
Take run speed up, for example. There are even more increase your running speed. Or
so intensify action. This is going to buff Squid Roll and Squid Surge, it seems. Now, what would be really wild about this is if it increased the armor frames.
Or
Reduces RNG increase. Oh, that's...
intensify action.
So is that from the Twitter then? Is there a tweet that I missed that explains it?
This
Because
improves
we don't even get to see the aim reticle in this footage. Like, we can't see the aim RNG. But if it makes it that way, like we learned that from a tweet or something, that would make sense. Okay, let's listen to what they
Take
say.
run speed up,
because I
for
have
example.
been skipping back and forth
It
around
can
it a lot.
increase your running speed. Or intensify action. This improves the squid roll and squid surge moves. There are even more abilities to discover.
So it definitely makes it faster.
intensify action.
Because look at the charge time. Like, the one on the left is up way sooner.
Take run surge moves. There are even more
It's kind of like in Super Mario 2, where you would duck and charge up like a super jump, and then they jump up into the air like in Jump King. It's sort of that sort of charge animation.
abilities to discover. Plus, there's a fellow in Splatsville who can swap one ability with another.
Wait,
Talk to Merch
you just
here,
swap a
and
main?
you can add an ability of your choosing to your favorite gear.
you can switch mains. It's not RNG anymore. Look, he just swapped the run speed out
another.
for an ink recovery main.
Talk to Merch here, and you
For
can add
45
an
chunks.
ability
Yeah,
of
I
your
mean-
choosing to your favorite gear.
45 chunks needed. That is a lot. However, it is the main. It is worth more than all of the subs combined. Like, if it's the same price model as in Splatoon 2, like, swapping all 3 subs would have cost 60. And that's worth 9 ability points, whereas the main is worth 10. So this is a huge discount, if that's the way that you're doing it. I missed this completely the first time around. Hold up. It gave you 6 run speed chunks
Talk
back
to
for
Merch
that.
here, and you can add an
6.
ability of your choosing to your favorite gear.
Look at that. It says X6. So, I wonder why 6. Because 6 chunks in Splatoon 2 means you're 6/10 of the way to being able to replace the first sub of that gear. But if this is saying that, like, 6 subs is equal to 1 main, then the math has changed. So that's curious. And yes, Merch, massive glow up. He's no longer a little gremlin, is now dreamy. So there's a lot of very interesting stuff in that screenshot. But that's super cool, because, like, people used to have to rely on, like, Discord servers like Woomy Warehouse to be able to trade back and forth gear to get the gear that they wanted to have the main that they wanted. And a lot of people are not going to be that resourceful about it. They're just going to be like, aw, the gear that I like is locked behind this, so I'm just going to use bad gear now. So this just lets you customize your look completely without having to worry about it being optimal or whatever. So it remains to be seen how the math works. I wouldn't be surprised at all if they switch up how much a main is versus how much a sub is. It might just be that it gives you 6 chunks back. That, like, it works exactly the same way that it works in Splatoon 2, but now a main costs 45 chunks, and a sub costs 10, then 20, then 30, but you get 6 chunks back for replacing a main.
And if you save your favorite gear combinations as
And 6 chunks back isn't too bad. That means you only, it really effectively only costs 39 chunks of gear. Granted, some of those chunks are different than what you wanted, but you still get a little bit something back for it. Swapping mains around is a lot less punished than it would be in Splatoon 2's gear system for subs. Oh, and so this was what I wanted to see. Do you have like layered armor?
And if you save your favorite gear combinations as fresh as fits, you can change in a flash. Flavor up your fashion.
Oh, okay, so it does actually change the gear.
And
This
if
is
you
just like the feature that they attach to Amiibos, where you scan an Amiibo and then boom, it immediately sets you up with the
Save your
loadout.
favorite gear combinations as fresh as fits, you can change in a flash.
So now we swap
Flavor
back.
up your fashion with whatever outfits you
Yeah,
want.
okay.
Simply
And it looks like you've got 5 of these.
Splattastic.
Yeah, you've got 5 default loadouts, which is pretty good. That's typically what you're going to be running on. I have probably about 5 weapons that I will play in competitive. So just take the most common ones and throw their loadouts up there. That's going to make the menuing a little bit faster. Can adjust sense per fit. Yeah, that's a good catch too. So for example, if you use a higher sense on a short range weapon than you would on a long range weapon, then you can have that set. Abilities, you saw a new one. Let's check the abilities on this gear here. So that's, let's see. So what does the junior have? That's the big bubbler. Again, it might be too early to look at the kits, but let's just assume it's not. Junior is big bubbler and bomb. That makes a lot of sense for that weapon. Sploosh has curling bomb and ultra stamp. That's a pretty Sploosh kind of kit. That's not bad. Neo Splash keeps its burst bomb, but now has crab tank. I don't know how it's going to be able to use crab tank well, but the burst bomb is nice, so Neo Splash users rejoice. Arrow spray, it looks like it has fizzy bomb, and I cannot tell for the life of me what that special is. I'm staring at it, and I still can't really tell. Maybe that's the dolphin thing. But arrow spray with fizzy bomb is a pretty good option. If it's just going to paint, then it might as well be able to harass with its paint. Splatter shot with splat bomb, and then what? I cannot tell. Oh, that's inkjet. Yeah, it's got suction bomb and inkjet, I think. Then, God, I don't know any of these icons. Zap, what is that special? Is that the oh, that's the cooler, isn't it? That's the soda one. Then the Splattershot Pro has the marker plus the crab tank. 96 is going to have sprinkler and the vacuum. Jet Squelcher is going to have the marker and the vacuum. Marker and the vacuum. Okay. So that's very support oriented. Luna has Splat Bomb, and then is that the triple ink strike? I couldn't tell you. Okay.
And if you save your favorite gear
Then that looks like opening Gambit on the glasses. I think. Maybe not. Is it ink? It is an ink recovery up. We saw that earlier. It looks most like opening Gambit.
combinations as fresh as fits, you can change in a flash. Flavor up your fashion with whatever.
And then that's bomb defense. Plus possibly the bomb defense deluxe, you know, with the echolocator thing. It'll be interesting to see what they do with that, but I'm not super concerned about it.
Outfits you
Everything
want.
else looks the same. We've got Haunt there.
Simply splat-tastic.
Yeah. Nothing super new. And that gal still had the wall and whale combo that we saw before. So we could be getting another gal, 52 gal, that has a splash wall. Like, K-gal incoming again? We'll see. Oh, Zipcaster on the Luna. That would make sense. That's a weapon they would want to put a Zipcaster on. Have you watched through the whole thing? Yes, and we're watching it through a second time with the ability to pause now.
Welcome to the lobby, a gathering spot for those seeking fresh battles. Turf
The
war battles
inside
aren't
of that
the
room
only
looks
things
so
that
cool.
happen
Why does it
here.
keep doing
You
that?
can also
Every time I press the spacebar, it does something different. I just want it to pause.
square off in Anarchy battles, where you compete for rankings.
Maybe the K button
Hold
is
the
more
active
consistent.
zones in Splat zones.
Is there anything we can see in this? Got the heavy splatling that's pink now. The katana wiper, charger, tetradulies. Yeah, I don't know. Oh. Why? Why does it do that?
Ride the
It's gonna drive me
off
crazy.
in Anarchy battles, where you compete for rankings.
Okay, so the rank system is different. It actually gives you numbers now. It might the bar might still be the same kind of deal, but look, like you need to get 200p without losing 3, maybe? I don't know what these 5 circles are. But they're C minus and they've made some progress, and the next rank comes at 200p. So they're giving you numbers that you have to advance to. They're not just like showing you this abstract orange bar anymore. So that's new.
Hold the active zones in Splat zones.
So now it's saying lead. Oh, this is confusing. So look at the heads-up display. They've swapped the directions of the team colors. Like, this never happened in Splatoon 2. The team that you were watching had the number remaining on the left. Right? But now it's swapped. So, like, orange is in the lead, and we can see they have lead right here, but they're on opposite sides of the screen. I hope this is just a quirk of the spectator cam, because otherwise this is going to be really visually confusing.
Ride the tower to the goal in tower control.
Is there anything
For
we can
rankings.
divine about the tower
Hold
path
the active zones
on this
in
map?
Splat zones.
So this is the new map, the under spillway or something like that.
Ride the tower to the goal in
So
tower
this one goes up the wall on the right.
Carry the Rainmaker to its
So, like we mentioned before, there are multiple Rainmaker goals now. And so you
destination.
you get it up
in
one,
Rainmaker.
you dunk it, but see, it's only at 77 right now. They're like checkpoints. And it looks like the purple team, meanwhile, has made it through a number of checkpoints, and now all they need is the final goal.
Or collect and throw clams to score in Clam Blitz.
So here's Mincemeat, I think, the new map there, which is nice to see. We've got that grating on the left that is just going to be absolutely useless because it's so exposed.
Duke it out.
Useless except for maybe like a splatling or something.
In these 4 modes, which are on rotation.
This looks like the same
Want to take
clip
on a
being
challenge
played for each of
solo?
those.
Select Anarchy Battle Series.
Win 5 in Triumph, lose 3, and you're out. Okay. So this player has lost 1 round of their series and has not won a round yet. And in previous series, they've gained 146 points. So it's not necessarily that you have to play like 5 games or 3 games. It's more if you win 5, you make it out, and if you lose 3, bar breaks. And that's nice, because it felt a lot more random with the Splatoon 2 system when you lost your bar, when, you know, and got a crack, when you advanced. So there is definitely the possibility that the matches you play are easier or harder. In Splatoon 2, the amount of meter that you gained or lost depended on the relative scores of your opponents and stuff. It was based on the Glico 2 system. Here, it's just flat. You win 5 or you lose 3, and that's it. So it's possible to get through or drop down on a fluke this way. The more I think about it, the more I actually like Splatoon 2's system better, because while it was a little bit less transparent, it was more reflective of your actual skill level, I think. But depending on how they run the matchmaking, it could still work just fine. And it's nice that they have this easier visual for the player to follow, I think.
But if you want to team up with friends, joining Anarchy Battle Open is the way to go.
Yeah, so this is the replacement for League, it would seem.
You can also play private battles online.
Wait a minute. So you look down here and it shows solo and with friends. So
Series.
Solo is series.
But if you want to team up with friends, joining...
When you go to open, though, it doesn't change to with friends. So I guess you can lobby up into open by yourself and you will get paired up with another group. I think. Another group of 3 or something like that. Which I think further substantiates my thought that the way that this will work is like Salmon Run matchmaking, where you can join up with as many different players as you want to. You can join up with 1 other friend, with 2 other friends, with 3 other friends, and gain access to the rank modes this way. And hopefully it's not rank gated. Hopefully you don't have to... Hold on. Was ranked level gated or anything?
Collect and throw... 4 battles aren't the only things that happen here. You can also square off in Anarchy.
Okay, they're C-, so they... Oh yeah, they're level 10. I think you still have to get to level 10 to rank up. Darn. Open Anarchy battles should be available from level 1. There is no reason not to do that. Rawr.
Battles, where you compete for rankings.
I get it that they're trying to tutorialize it for new players, but the best tutorial for a new player is to go in with a friend who knows everything already, who can teach it to them.
Hold the active zones in Splat zones.
That bugs me a lot. Like, why put a, 6-hour level grind in between your players and most of the game modes? I know that there's stuff about data transfer from Splatoon 2, and I'm thinking for new players that I want it to work this way. I did read up about that earlier, though. Jamie sent it to me. Website has tons of cool information. League is coming later. Oh, we're going to get League as well. Okay, you know what? I've seen this stuff once before, and we're just doing a deeper dive, but let's go and find the stuff that's on the Twitter about it. Splatoon NA. What do we got? But if your alarm failed you and our intern failed us. Oh dear. So that's the video. What other information was there? Newly updated website. I imagine it's got all the info on here, right? Menu. This doesn't look like it's new information. There's a lot to... Shoutouts to Fired Intern. They have failed us. There's a lot to dig through here, and I wouldn't know what I want to be looking at. That's not the right thing. That's Streamception. Click on the link at their last tweet. This is literally just the direct again. That's not what we're looking for. Is this it? Let's see if this is all on screen. Yeah. Is this what I'm looking for? Is Neon other than Judd? Neon. Okay, this is it. So lobby terminal. 50 most recent battles. Battle replays can be uploaded to the cloud and shared via a code. Limited number of battle replays can be saved to the system if the numbers exceeded. Yeah, okay. Regular battles. Experience and cash. One method is to create a group and have friends join up. That's a huge improvement. We needed that in the regular battles. Host needs to create a group that others can join. Once the desired number of players is in, the battle can start. A school of up to 4 can join this way and will end up on the same team. If it's less than 4, you can still start and have a random player round out the team. Okay, so Turf Wars are match made the way that Salmon Run is now, which is cool. Can you guarantee that your 4 end up against another team of 4 and still get rewards from that? Because this actually decreases the number of players that a streamer can play with at one time. If it's just 4, now in order for more people from the stream to join you, they have to snipe you. And it's like, yeah, you can do private battles, but private battles don't earn you money or experience. So I don't know about that. Friends can also join the group after a match starts and get added to the next match when there are less than 4 players. So they can drop in if you're in there solo. Players who drop in aren't guaranteed to be on the same team as their friends. Okay, so you can drop in on like a full team when there are less than 4 players. Less than 4 players. Why does it say 4? Ugh. That could make it so that it reduces the number of players who are able to play at the same time. If players are playing when you pop into the lobby, you can see and interact with their ghost. This is literally straight out of Dark Souls, and I love it. Splatty specters. Phantoms, if you will. Okay. Between battles, ghosts of your current teammates will also appear in the lobby. These ghosts will move about the lobby, reflecting the actual movements of the players. They won't ink up your floor, but you can watch each other practice or just have a hologram hangout. That is cool, because, like, if it's happening in real time, you can, like, go up to that player and, like, squid party with them or something. And just, like, hang out in the lobby. It'll make the lobby feel a lot more lived in. It'll make it feel a lot more lively, because there will actually just be players going around and stuff. That's nice. Okay, notification channel will be added in a post-launch update. You put in a keyword to connect to a channel. You'll be able to interact with ghosts of players who are using the same keyword. Notification. So this looks like a Splatoon specific Twitter. Maybe there's a channel for, because it says interacting with ghosts. So maybe, like, if you want to end up in a lobby with, like, other ghosts from an online community, you can just put in a little password and you'll get ghosts from that community. That would make sense. Joined the school. Welcome to school, Kid Octoling. Does this make me a senior or a junior? Well, we'll put you in at 11.5th grade. How's that? Main weapons that ink up the Splatlands. Okay. Everything's on screen here, right? Yeah, okay. Player level requirements. Sheldon looks for those things. Weapon economy operates not just with cash, but Sheldon licenses. He's moving on up in the world. He's got the currency named after him now. It is level up and consistently to raise its freshness. It says consistently use the same weapon. It doesn't say consistently win with the same weapon. So I have a feeling that weapon freshness means something different in this game, and I hope it does. Play level just shy of the requirements. Might turn a blind eye if you bribe him. Weapon freshness. Experience received from battle contributes towards your weapon freshness. Okay. Get more experience to raise it. Freshness won't augment its functionality, but can use Sheldon license. Ornamental armaments. Nice. So this is kind of a system for kind of bragging, yeah, I'm a dynamo one trick. Look at how shiny my dynamo is. Exactly. Okay. Main weapons for past games. Yep. The base version of all main weapons at launch. Might be some minor changes as a result of balancing, but their base specs are identical. Save data transfer. So we read this out earlier, but this is awesome. So going from connecting to Nintendo accounts, since things like progress and story mode don't require an internet connection, they can be stored on that. You can play, yeah, if your account is tied to your Nintendo account. So this might make it so that the strategy that I'm using right now to get multiple accounts for the Weapon to X series might not work anymore. I don't know. I don't really care that much about the save data system. I'm gonna have one main account for a good little while here. Hi there, kitty cat. What you trying to do? Huh? So the save data bonus, if you have Splatoon 2 data on your system, it starts you off like it knows that you're not a beginner, which is awesome. You get some gold Sheldon licenses so that you can just get a main weapon regardless of player level. So you can get your main immediately, which is great. You can join ranked from the very beginning regardless of player level, which is great. So it lets you skip that level 10 requirement. I still don't like that there's a level 10 requirement for multiplayer battles. Like maybe if league battles are unlocked automatically, if not Anarchy battles, that's good, but I don't know. It seems like functionality that you should allow a player to have so that they can get experience in the ranked modes before it affects their rank. That's the objection I have. People should know what tower control plays like before playing it will impact their rank. They should get practice runs on it. If they can't get that, then that's going to be really frustrating, because especially with a game like Clam Blitz, maybe they tutorialize Clam Blitz better, that there's still room for that to happen. But the big problem with Clam Blitz in this game, I maintain, was not that it's like more complicated or anything. It was that it was different from other game modes and they didn't tutorialize it. Like anybody who's played Overwatch knows a payload mode or a zone control mode or whatever. But nobody has ever played Clam Blitz in any game other than Splatoon 2. So they need some experience with how the game mode works to get into this game and be especially impactful and know what they're doing. So I don't know. I hope that is changed, mitigated in some way. Okay. So that's awesome. Gear and abilities. Nothing unique there. You can add secondary abilities at random to your equipped gear by obtaining experience and leveling it. More star power it has, more slots available. Yeah, that's not how that works. 2 brand new abilities. Main power up and bomb defense DX don't appear in Splatoon 3. So no more main power up. That I don't hate the idea of main power up. What I hate is the damage up. Like, main power up is actually a very cool thing to allow the devs to make late game adjustments to main weapons. so that without changing how the main weapon works drastically, they can still give you the ability to offset some of its weaknesses if you want. But adding damage to it is not the way to do that. The weapons are too... the weapon balance is too fragile when you start messing with that particular stat. So I think that's for the better. Bomb defense up DX. So it's not going to work the same way that it did in Splatoon 2. We did see bomb defense, but we'll see what they've replaced it with. Intensify action. Sub-resistance up. Mitigate effects from an opponent's sub-weapon with this recently discovered ability. Taking less damage. Resist effects from mists. Interesting. So bomb defense up impacted special weapons too. Like bubble blower, for example, counts as a bomb. Splashdown, I believe, counted as a bomb in Splatoon 2. But now it says specifically sub-weapon. So this is actually a nerf to this sub-ability. I wouldn't be surprised if this is very, very underwhelming, since it's not giving you extra defense bonuses against all this other stuff. Your tentacles on some ability chunks by earning experience, even after maxing out gear. Even after maxing out? Oh, because you earn the ability chunks, right. You give him some ability chunks to add secondary abilities to open slots in your favorite gear. Swap out the primary ability. Additionally, use Super Sea Snails are back. Or pay some cash to scrub them. Yeah, so yeah, that works all the same way, except now you can swap mains. Get your star power. Oh, it can go higher than 3 stars. You won't get more than 3 secondary abilities, but you'll earn more experience with that gear. Cool. So once you get 3-star gear, your farming improves. You'll get ability chunks faster at that point. Okay. So it almost seems like this is going to work like the Splatfest teas were towards the end of the game, where once you get new chunks, they just get added straight to your inventory instead of being randomly put on the gear or being wasted or something. It just kind of keeps going up. And if your piece of gear has already ascended as high as it can go, that actually becomes the optimal gear to farm with. That's nice. See something in the shop you already have, you could try picking up a duplicate to increase its star power. That's new. So rather than having to spend a Super Sea Snail to ascend it, you can just pick up the duplicate piece of gear in the shop. So that'll make it so that at the end of Splatoon 2, once you've bought every piece, or like a lot of the pieces of gear, you'd go to the shop and you'd be disappointed pretty much every time. Because you'd look at it and be like, I've got that, I've got that, I've got that. I really don't care about that piece of gear. I've got that, I've got that. But now, if you see something you've already got repeated in the shop, you're happy to have that because it will ascend that gear, or at least you're more likely to like that. So that's a nice touch, and that gives you more that you can do with that spare cash, which is something that you sorely needed in the end game of Splatoon 2. Once you've got everything bought in Splatoon 2, there was really nothing at all to do with money. Now there's a lot more to spend the money on, so it'll take a lot longer to get to that point. 1 a.m. and I have school tomorrow. I gotta go for real now. All right. Have a good night, Mars. Also, ABXY. What did we say about ABXY? Is ABXY back? If ABXY is back, I am happy. Because that is the best band in Splatoon. Don't at me. Okay. So the catalog is for the aesthetic stuff in your locker and whatnot. But it's also emotes and player names and splash tags. Oh shoot, I accidentally kicked my cat's toy and he got all wild on me and then just bit me for no reason. So that was nice. Uh... Banners. Okay. Titles. Badges. Ranks. Reach level 10, yeah. Reach level 10 or transfer save data. I don't like this, but at least we have this. And some Anarchy battles to earn points and raise your rank. So we're going to be able to do rank game day one. Like, that's... I'm not going to jump into that right away. I'm going to lab some stuff out in the training room first, but we can just get in there. Series and open. Choose which piques your interest. Work with a random team in series. You do need to sacrifice some ranked points as a fee. You'll pay up, then match with teammates of similar ranks and skill levels. Okay. So you're going to get points regardless, but it won't be as... You kind of got to, like, ante up to enter a battle. Opposing teams who are not only based on rank, but also the number of wins in the current challenge. Okay. So if you're really close to being out, like, you'll be placed with other people who are close to being out. After battle, stick with your current team. Which isn't a bad thing, I don't think, because then if you're really, really close to being out, you want to be with other people who have that same sense of urgency. Not someone who's like, I can lose this first one, it's fine. So that's not a bad thing. After battle, stick with your current team or pause the challenge and come back later. So you can actually, like, stick with specifically that team. That, I'm not sure I like. Because that, they specifically had to do some things towards the end of Splatoon 2's lifespan to stop match fixing in the top, like, 2,000. So I'm not sure that this is a great feature in solo anyway. I don't know. It's nice for the player. It's just, like, that becomes part of the strategy, whether you can get the right team. Challenge will continue until you've won 5 times or lost 3. Rank points will be doled out. You get more rank points the more you win, but getting medals is another way to get some rank points. So I'm confused, because there's rank points which determine where you're ranked, but there's also the series. What are the stakes of winning or losing the series? Do you get, like, more rank points or lose more rank points as a result of that? But the rank points are what determine your score? Or are rank points just some sort of currency you're racking up, but the series win or loss is what determines whether you make it up or down? I don't know. Maybe, like, losing rank points is what demotes you, but winning the series is what promotes you. I can't say. I need to see the details there. Match me with others on Tilt. If it's you get 5 wins and proceed to the next level, then what the heck are the rank points for, right? Higher ranks require more points to challenge. Provide greater point rewards. Yeah, higher risk, higher reward, the higher you get up. That makes sense. So, do you get to, like, pick which rank you challenge? That doesn't... I don't think that makes sense. That would make it really easy to smurf. Okay. Whether you're playing solo or with friends, welcome to all team fit configurations with 2 to 4 players. Nice! Fewer than 4 players in a group. Random players will be selected to round out the squad. Perfect. Perfect. Now, if it's between 2 and 4, that means that you can grab a solo player into an open Anarchy battle. Where do you get that solo player from? Oh, groups can be made, but you can play solo. Okay, so you can play open solo, and then you'll get grouped with a group of 3. Cool. Lobbying up solo is probably going to take a long time in this mode, because you're going to need to find a group of 3, which is probably, like, somewhat unlikely. I don't know. It's probably easier to get a group of 3 than it is get a group of 4. Never mind. That's very cool. It's about time that this was implemented. Group will be matched up with teammates of similar skill levels. The player with the fewest rank points in the group. Ooh, okay. So, if you're playing with like 2 X-rank players and their C-rank buddy, your other teammate is also going to be C-rank. That's important to note. You'll face an opposing team with a similar skill level. Keep it fair and fun. Yeah, it makes sense. Anarchy by yourself or with friends, and choose how you want to earn and spend points. Earn and spend. What do you spend them on? Did it say what rank points were for? So it looks like what determines the ranking is the series. But then these rank points are like a reward. I guess they're only spent on going into new rank battles. But then that would imply that at some point you can run out of them. Like, what if you just lose every game and you're at 0 rank points? What do you do then? How do you get them back? How do you get back into that game mode? Ranks and rank up battles. Okay, so we're back onto the S+0 to S+50 system. Conquer these milestone melees, go from different letter ranks. C+ to B-. You put some rank points on the line, so rank up battles can only be done in Anarchy battle. You're aspiring to and get 3 wins before 3 losses to successfully rank up. Okay, so you win a series, and then you end up in a rank up battle, it looks like. Losing doesn't cost you your rank, just some points and maybe some pride, yeah. Once you get a rank, it won't go down as you play. Oh! All player ranks will go down slightly every 3 months for a new season. So, rank is a lot less permanent. It will reset every 3 months, and you just get high watermark. I don't know how I feel about no demotions. Like, what that means is that you'll often get players who try and try and try again and never get, like, demoted for continuing to like, try and not improving enough to get to the next level. And as soon as they get through on some fluke, now they're in a higher rank than they are ready for, and they're stuck there. We'll see how it plays out in practice. I could see there being problems with that. I do think demotion is actually a good feature for everybody involved. Rank will drop by 2 from the highest rank anyone's achieved. S0 to S+9 will drop to S. Everyone above that will revert to S+0. Method of adjusting ranks may change in future updates. Yeah, they're going to take a look at this and see if they like it or not. Yeah, S+50 going down to 0 at the end of a season is wild. Like, the fact that, oh, you guys go down to S, everyone else goes down to S+0 is insane. These guys have to level up once, and they're back to where the S+50 people were. I don't know if the top players are going to like that. They're going to want to, like, sprint at the beginning of the ranking season so that they end up with other people who are at least S+10 and higher in all of their matches. Otherwise, they're dealing with people who could be S rank.
Cat. You get fed in 20 minutes, okay? Until then, I'm gonna need you to chill. Coming into future update, X Battles will be the true testing ground for the highest ranking players. You'll need to have rank S+0 or above to even attempt this feat in battle for X. Huh. So, the rank isn't... Because you need S+0 or above, but then you can just X battle? So you get... So this is a true solo mode. You cannot do this in a team. You'll be placed on team with 7 other people who have a similar X power. First 5 are an evaluation period. You'll be matched by skill level. There are 2 regions. So there's the west and the east, basically. These determine who your opponents will be. You'll select a region during your first 4. You'll select a region. So you could totally have 2 accounts where one plays on the Japanese server and one plays in NAEU. That's interesting. A recommendation will be provided, so it's a good idea to stick with that. Regions cannot be changed during the season. So yeah, I bet what a bunch of top players are going to do is they're going to have an account on each, so that they're going to go back and forth. Sorry, is this off screen? I hope that wasn't off screen. Oh, that was totally off screen. Whoops. I keep forgetting that it's zoomed in a little bit. I bet what a top player is going to do is they're going to have an account on each, so that they can get practice in different lobbies. And then top 500 will be honored. What website is this? This was out of one of the tweets that they put out. Finding other players for X battles. Take a little longer depending on region, time of day. Weapon loadouts, obviously, yeah. High level of play, teams with similar loadouts or matches. Joining X Battle doesn't mean you can't join Anarchy Battles too. Pick your flavor of Anarchy based on the active modes and your own preferences. Does that mean they're going to have different map modes for X Battles as they are for Anarchy Battles? That's interesting. The lobby has some other modes too. So X Battles are going to be more competitive, and then Anarchy Battles, you only go up to S+50. I don't know which one of those is going to be more prestigious, really. Because X Battles, you just need to be into S+0, and then I guess it costs more to get into them, and that's probably what makes the difference. But like S+50 seems like a pretty long grind. So there's like 2 different, and the S+50 resets at the end, and X Power, I don't know if X Power does. That's weird. It feels like they've got 2 competing systems of top-level ranked play. And I don't know what the distinguishing features are going to be there for why you would choose one over the other. Because if you're in an X battle versus an Anarchy battle, that's diluting the matchmaking pool. That's making so that some competitive players are going to be playing Anarchy battles, while some competitive players are going to be playing X battles. So that just like halves the number of people that will be available to play against. Unless there's something that distinguishes them from each other. Like maybe X battles are just like way higher level, and so getting, you know, your S plus is just something you do to unlock X battles, and then you graduate. I don't know. That seems weird though. Is it worth grinding Splatoon ranked so I can be at a higher rank in Splatoon 3? I mean, it looks like it, because you're gonna get match made in Splatoon 3 based on your matchmaking in Splatoon 2 right now. There's a lot to look at, Oreo Queen. This was a ton of information from this direct. I'm still not done with all of it. Okay. Other battle modes, so you got private battles, 8 players, up to 2 additional spectators, so same system as before. Battle replays are saved for private battles. Yep. Okay, league battles. Like in Splatoon 2, you complete in a 2-hour window. Sometimes the residents of Splatfest go a little rogue and throw some special modes. What does that mean? Does that mean, I mean, obviously the modes are going to be different from Anarchy, but does that mean there are new game modes that we haven't seen yet that only show up in league battles? It would make sense if they're going to add new modes to test fire them in league battles where your rank resets every 2 hours, unlike in an open Anarchy battle where you can already join up with friends and play the ranked modes. That's interesting. Okay, now we get on to Salmon Run. I'm going to skim over this a little bit because I want to get back to the direct and keep going through that. A waiting room for workers. Oh. So there's a... That's cool. So you can test stuff in Salmon Run conditions. Like, here's a golden egg, and here are dummies, which presumably have the same HP as Small Fry, Chum, and Cohawks. Practicing the new egg throw using mock eggs. Nice. New pay grade metrics. The professional title has been usurped by the executive VP, providing a shining new rung in the corporate ladder. Your earning power will increase with a higher title, but the job sites will get more intense. We've recorded a 333% increase in hazard level at sites where executive VPs work. So they're upping the challenge. So overfishers will delight in that, I'm sure. Grisco points and rewards. Just like in Splatoon 2, okay. You can also get catalog points for it, which is a nice touch. Even those who only play Salmon Run can increase their catalog level. Yeah, that's well thought out. Ever-adapting salmonids will acclimate to your scent, sometimes even unleashing an attack from a king salmonid after the 3rd wave. So you go into an extra wave, and you just try to deal as much damage as you can. Okay, so you'll still count as clearing 3 waves. You just don't get the extra bonuses if you fail the extra wave. And then you get to fire eggs. Maybe, because if you... I feel like this is probably a mechanic where you're sacrificing your score to do more damage. Oh no, there's no egg basket. So it's just, you're using the golden eggs to shoot at it. Alright. I almost kind of wish that you could just fire the eggs at it, but I guess that would also mean that your teammates can just completely deplete your basket in the extra wave and troll you that way. So that wouldn't be any fun. Fish scales. So if you defeat the king salmonid, you get fish scales. There are 3 types. Rarer varieties are more likely to drop after extra employee benefit for special designs for splash tag items for lockers. Okay. So if there's something special you want in your locker, you can use the fish scale for it, but otherwise it's just kind of a nice bonus. Change your work outfit. Oh, cool. So get flexible with the dress code, exactly. It's still Grisco approved. Splatfest, 3 teams. 3 options. So I would like for the 3-color Splatfest thing to be a small random chance and not the typical way the game is played. Because what's happening is, like, the winning team gets the 4 players, and then the losing teams from the last round or whatever get the teams of 2. And that's just fundamentally unbalanced. Because yes, there are 2 teams trying to unseat the team that won, but they have different ink colors. So even if they work completely cooperatively and never splat each other and just try to work as a team, the team that won still has more ink on the map. They still have more map control. Like, I don't get why they felt like that's going to balance it. But I don't know. Maybe the spawn points are more advantageous for the other two teams. Maybe they can balance it that way. I'm skeptical. Everyone loves a freebie. Yeah. They all have ability doubler as usual. Fewer ability chunks to replace your primary and secondary abilities on the Splatfest tee. Yep. Okay. As soon as the theme is announced, Splatfest becomes front and center. Splatfest sneak peek. And this is where you cast your vote. Conch shells. You'll receive conch shells by battling and working shifts during the Splatfest sneak peek. And then the number of conch shells collected during the sneak peek actually impacts the final results. Oh, that's new. Even if you can't attend the actual event, you can help them out by gathering shells during the sneak peek. Okay. That's nice. So that lets more people participate, basically. Spend conch shells in the lobby for the chance to win items from the shell out machine. Main event. Splatfest Battle and Splatfest Battle Pro matches. Man, please don't just be Turf War. So this is your open 4v4, which is the typical one. Pro Online. Yeah, it's all Turf War still. Ugh. So Splatfests are once more going to be a time where people aren't going to be unranked. Because there aren't any ranked modes to play. Sigh. I understand why they do it, because it increases the number of players who are active. But, like, really reduces the variety of ways you can play the game. You can go for Splatfest Top 100. That's neat. Okay. But that's power, and that's usually like... Oh, it will change as you win and lose. Okay, so it's going to be more like a ranking system. Okay, that's cool. Because it used to just be the clout score, which was, how many games have you played? That is literally a measure of it. Okay, 10x, 100x, 333x is new. Festival shells. So that's a new reward system. Unless that's the same as conch shells. I could see it being the same as conch shells. Festival shells will disappear? Oh, okay. So if both teams have a lot of shells and it triggers a 100x, then a 333 happens. But the festival shells go away after one of those happens. So... Okay. So it's more predictable what the likelihood of getting a 333 is going to be. Splatfest main event. Halftime report and second half. Nice that there's a halftime report. And it's only the second half that we get tricolor turf wars. Oh, okay. So it's kind of like at the end of a Mario Party where Bowser's like, hey, here's what the standings are currently. This guy's behind, so we're going to do this to change things. So in the second half, that's where we start doing tricolor turf wars, where the team that was in the lead goes up against the two that are behind. Will be available for players in the second and third place teams. And you can be switched to a normal Splatfest battle. Okay. So it looks like this is opt-in. It looks like this is something that you can choose to do or choose not to do. And then the winning team doesn't really get a choice whether they end up in tricolor or not. Tricolor is opted into by the teams that are losing. So that I think is a good way to handle it, because this way you know what you're getting into. You know you're going to be at a disadvantage when you go into one of these. And that's fine, because that just means it's an extra challenge for you. So that's cool. I like the way that they handled that. I still think the game mode is whack, but it's handled as well as it can be, balance-wise. And I screwed up the alignment again. No, we're good. We're still centered. Okay. First place team is a group of 4. They're challenged by 2 teams. The team in the largest area. Defending team will need to... the defending team has an extra objective. They need to protect the ultra signal in the center of the stage to win. Attacking teams take aim at the ultra signal and keep the defenders from getting behind. Or from getting ahead. Okay. So it becomes more of an objective mode at that point. What the heck does the ultra signal do? Once the ultra signal is touched, it can be secured by challenging and charging it with ink power. Once secured, it sends a signal to a member of Deep Cut, so that's the idol group. The Deep Cut member will show their support with a Sprinkler of Doom, which gives the attacking team even more ink power. So... defending team protects the ultra signal. Automatically increases the team inked area. Challenging and securing the ultra signal increases cloud at the end of the battle. So it looks like both teams are able to go after this. It looked from the video like the attacking the players, I shouldn't say attacking and defending because it's confusing. The winning team, the 4-player team, spawns closer to the middle where the ultra signal is. So it seems like they would have an advantage in securing it, even though they're the team of 4, even if the other team is able to coordinate effectively from opposite sides of them. I don't know about this. This seems like it's just going to make it easier for the defending team to win. Okay, results are given to the top teams in each category. Most points wins. So total votes is 10 points. Conch shells during sneak peek is 10 points. And then Splatfest battles get a slight buff. They're worth 15 points. And then Splatfest Battle Pro is only 10 points. Interesting. So the clout from these two modes matters more than the clout from the solo mode. Huh. So this is the tiebreaker of all things. If you want your team to win, this is what you want to play the most. You don't think the winning team can use the signal? Didn't it say that they have to... the defending team will need to protect the ultra signal in the center of the stage to win. Oh my god. My cat's about to throw up. One sec. Okay, it was just a hairball. So, there's that at least. At least that means that he didn't eat anything he shouldn't have. And then the cat alarm goes off. Perfect timing, right when his stomach is in a perfect place to receive food. I'll be right back. Okay. We didn't see a red sprinkler of doom in the direct, just a yellow one. Yeah. So it might well be that the advantage that the team of 4 misses out on is the ability to use that, because they have to defend it. So it turns it into like an attacking, defending sort of situation. That really changes the mode a lot. Because they're in a good position to defend, but as soon as they lose one fight, in what is effectively still solo queue, now that definitely swings the balance. I don't know how far it'll swing the balance. It depends on how strong the Sprinkler of Doom is, depends on map positioning, a lot of other things. But I'm less negative feeling about this now. Okay. Super sea snails. Sneesnaw. How do you... Now, you do need to return your Splatfest tea at the end of Splatfest, but if you do, you'll get sea snails out of it. If you do. That's weird wording. You can get super sea snails depending on how high your Splatfest rank is. Goes up depending on... Yep. Winning team will get some extras, just the way that it always was. Okay. That was all very good and useful information, and I'm glad we watched it before we went back to this. To this. There we go. All right. So, let's keep going here. Snooper Schneeschnaw. Also the question of shifty stations designed with tricolor battle in mind. That's true. What's interesting about that, I think, is that every single map now is gonna need 3 spawn points. Or 4 spawn points, really. Like, maybe that's part of the reason that the maps they made are so rectangular. Because you need 4 entry points onto the map for these tricolor battles.
Ride the tower to the goal in tower control. Carry the Rainmaker to its destination in Rainmaker.
So this is Hammerhead Bridge here. Yeah, I like the look of this. There's some high ground that's contestable, but not easily, because you can't swim up a wall or anything. A single dynamo is going to be a pain in the butt out here. But again, all of these high ground areas, they're very exposed. Like, there's not a lot of cover for like a charger to use there. So you get a backliner into position, and they're going to be able to snipe people off of those ledges.
Or collect.
I actually bet a strat there is going to be to put someone behind the Rainmaker goal to use that as cover.
Then throw clams to score in.
Lots of high ground overlooking the clam basket area here, but a nice little corner to duck into, so rollers are still gonna be able to use that. That charger, left side peeking out in the open instead of using cover, like.
Duke it out in these 4 modes, which are on rotation. Want to take on a challenge solo? Select Anarchy Battle Series.
Yeah, so what we figured out, you can see on screen here, these 5 circles indicate wins, and these 3 squids indicate losses. If you get 5 wins before you get 3 losses, you rank up. And then the rank points are the cost to challenge at the next rank. I still have no idea what happens when you like run out of these, or if you can run out of those, or what happens. Like, besides being able to play ranked more, what is the advantage of having those points? If you run out, do you have to go and play open Anarchy battles to gain the rank points back to be able to challenge series again? So maybe you can only rank up from series, but no, it was talking about rank up battles being 3 wins or 3 losses. So that's different from this. Let me go back to this real quick. Ranks and rank up battles. These milestones. You need to put some rank points on the line, so rank battles can only be done in series. So you get points as a reward, and you pay some points as a fee to join the battle. You'll pay up, then match with team with skill levels, only based on rank, number of wins. Continue until you've won 5. Then ranked points will be doled out. So you get ranked points after you've either won 5 or lost 3. Oh, okay. So just because you win a series doesn't mean you rank up. It just means you get ranked points. And you don't get rank points until a series is done. Okay, that makes more sense. Banky says, gem. 8 clams for power, and everyone's clams visible on the UI. All right, let's back up.
4 battle zones. Maker on rotation. Or collect and throw clams for control. Carry the Rainmaker to its destination in Rainmaker. Or collect and throw clams.
Okay. What's this 2 that forms?
For control.
What's that number 2 mean?
Carry the Rainmaker to its destination in Rainmaker. Or
Okay. So you've got 7th clam landing on him right now. Picks up an 8th.
Throw.
And now there's a 2. Why is there a 2 there?
Clams
Is that your teammate who has 2 behind you? But you don't see a number over Stephanie over here on the right. But yeah, 8 clams to a power is new.
4 in clam.
Two left on the ground?
Carry the Rainmaker to its destination.
Here's the thing,
in
right?
Rainmaker.
There's someone throwing clams at them behind. And right now you don't see like a number 2 or whatever for the player behind you. I do like that they show someone throwing clams at this player. Like, this is the way that you actually want to make a power clam. And it's cool that they're recognizing that, and that they'll probably tutorialize it or something. Teammate in front. Teammate in front has clams. You can see Stephanie's got a clam right here. Splatling has 2. Stephanie has 0. Stephanie has 1 right there.
Or collect it. Throw clam.
At the top of the screen.
Carry the Rainmaker to its destination in Rainmaker.
Okay. Up here is what we're talking about. So this player has 6. This player has 1. The Splatling is throwing the clams to you, and there's a Wiper that also has 1.
Or collect and throw.
Oh no, the Wiper is the one throwing clams. They throw all of their clams. The Splatling here has 2. Stephanie has 1. I don't know why it's not showing. I guess just because they're off screen is probably why they're showing you that number. And maybe it only starts showing them that. Oh, now I get it. They have a power clam, and that's when this shows up.
Power control.
They show you how many clams your teammates
the
have to
Rainmaker to
score
its destination
if you were to
in
put a power
Rainmaker.
clam in right this moment.
Or
Also, very nice touch
tower
how
to
in
the goal
Rainmaker
in tower control.
you look at the weapon icon above, and when this player grabs the Rainmaker, their icon changes to Rainmaker, so you can see who has it.
Carry the Rainmaker to its destination in Rainmaker.
But so look, right
collect it,
now,
throw-
as soon as the power clan forms, you get the number 2. And so now you know how much follow-up your team has if you were to put it in right now. If that number is like 0 on everybody, then you're like, oh, maybe I shouldn't score yet.
Clams to score in Clam Blitz. Duke it out in these
Thanks for making me go back and look at that. Those are really useful details.
4 modes, which are on rotation. Want to take on a challenge solo? Select Anarchy Battle Series. But if you want to team up with friends, joining Anarchy Battle Open is the way to go. You can also play private battles online. Set battle modes and other options to your liking.
That all looks the same. There's nothing unique that adds.
Why not?
Recon is new for here. So maybe you're able to recon while you wait. Also, there's in the upper right, there's a message icon. So I don't know, maybe there's like an invite system.
Play with your favorite battle modes alongside friends. Information about these game modes will be available soon on the game's official website.
Did they score a power clam?
Blitz.
Okay, it still does 20.
Duke it out in these 4 modes, which are on rotation. Alongside friends. On the game. Now, let's
Also, with the Rainmaker checkpoints, I didn't point this out the first time, but they got the first checkpoint, and they were only at 77. It's looking like the checkpoint system works similar to how it does in Tower Control, where the different checkpoints are arranged around the map in different places and give you different values of points depending on the map.
talk about the features within the law.
Thoughts on no new ranked mode? I'm fine with it. They're making changes to these ones, and adding the new maps is going to add a lot of variety on top of, having new weapons and all that stuff. And maybe they add new ranked modes as a surprise later on down the line. Like, that's what they did with Clam Blitz. I don't think they foreshadowed that there was going to be Clam Blitz in Splatoon 2, but it still happened.
Hobby. This is the test range. Try out and get comfy with your weapons here.
This makes me so happy. So first of all, there's a lot more of the targets to shoot at. More than just like 5. There are moving targets. There's longer range that you're able to use on all of them. You can get up to high ground. There are ramps so that you can test how it shoots at different angles. The big targets, I presume, have more HP, so you can test, like, I don't know, something armored, or I don't know exactly what the purpose of that would be if there's no armor in the game, but whatever else, this is
Besides being able to
a lot better.
practice whenever.
So you've got 2 moving targets over here. Everything, up top is at
You
splashdown
want.
height, I would presume.
It's also a great place to get all warmed up while waiting for rivals to join a battle. Next up,
Also, you're able to do that in between matches, which is huge. You can just, like, instead of sitting there and looking at whap, 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 you can just be warming up the whole time. It's making a second power clam loses 1 point rather than 7? What do you mean loses 1 point rather than 7? Like, oh, I see, because you're going from, no, it loses 4 points, because a power clam is 8 clams. So you go from what could have been a score of 20 to what could have been, what could have been a score of 24 to what could have been a score of, yeah. So that makes it more valuable to have power clams, I guess. You're not losing as much scoring potential, and you get it in a lot faster. I still think that it's a better strategy to have a bunch of individual clams, though. That probably won't change. Chaining power clams is better, but I don't think it's great.
Ghosts. Online friends will appear as 3D.
7 times 3 is 21, right? But, like... Oh, I see what you mean. Because it was 7 because you had 9. Yeah, okay. -1, sure. Yeah, that was a bad comparison on my part.
Holograms. Drop in on friends in
Okay, so friends can post like, "Hey, I'm making a lobby."
the midst of battle and play alongside them. You can
And it warns you might be put on a different team from this
also
player
join
if you
up
join
and
in
start a
that way.
battle on the same team. You'll be able to see what your friends are up to.
Nice.
It appears that you can also call out to friends in the lobby and invite them for battles.
Okay.
Why not see
That's what that Y button is.
these features for yourself?
See? Oh my god.
This is where you can view
Battle stats, replay codes, splash tag.
battle replays. It appears that it can somewhat recreate recent battles.
Somewhat recreate, which is to say that there's still spectator cam active. So it's like the camera's smoothing, there's no map check, presumably.
Fast forward
Have we seen players open the map in any of these trailers so far?
or skip to a certain part. Or even swap to another player's view. Incredible!
Okay, so yeah, it works in spectator mode, like with that camera and stuff. The nice thing about this is this probably means you can have an overhead from recording your own view, which is something that just wasn't possible in Splatoon 2. In Splatoon 2, if you wanted an overhead recording, you needed a third-party spectator, somebody from outside your team, so you'd like call in somebody else to come and record your match for you. But here, it looks like you're going to be able to get that overhead view just from recording your own replay.
Not only can you rewatch battles as many times as you'd like, but there's even a
What was the damage like for the Stringer and Splatana? They didn't show the Splatana in the training room, did they? The Stringer was 105 for a charge shot, or 108.
range. Try out and get comfy
So that's
with.
full charge right there. Ooh, okay, so
Now,
that's new,
let's
I
talk about
think.
the features within
Take a
the
look at
lobby.
what happens when you full charge this.
This is
So, in its like uncharged firing mode, the shots spread.
test range. Try
But then look at the secondary target here.
Now,
As it charges
let's
up,
talk
they
about the features
align
within
into
the
one
lobby.
line, and then they do 108.
this.
So
is
it
the
looks like
test
what
range.
might happen here
Try out and
is what's happening is each jet of ink does a certain amount of damage, and when you align them all 3 of them hit you and do 3 times that damage.
get comfy with.
Like that. So if you hit all 3 of those, it does 105. What's 105 divided by 3? That's like 34? Am I doing my math right? 34 times 3... No. 35. So each one of those little jets does 35. And you fire all and hit with all 3 of those, and that adds up to 105. And so I would imagine that the
Now,
shorter range
let's talk
little
about
ones
the features
each do
within the
35.
lobby.
So they're basically like charger tap shots, but they have a wider spread. This is looking a lot more promising than it was in the demo. I like it. As long as they're not doing that goofy thing where they land an arrow and then the arrow blows up and does a pitiful amount of ink coverage, like it wasn't, because it did that in footage from earlier in this direct, but I feel like that's probably alpha footage and that this is more the way the weapon is going to work. Like, this is not bad. It's capped at 90 or something unless fully charged
This
like
is
umbrella.
the test range. Try
I think what's happening when you charge it is that you're not even increasing the damage per se, you're just aligning the shots more. So like it's impossible unless you charge a certain amount to hit someone with all 3 shots. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen here. It would be intuitive for it to work that way, and it would still encourage you to charge, because even if you charge a little bit, you still have a pretty good chance of hitting with 2 of them at once. But to get all 3, you need to fully charge it. That was alpha footage. This is sigma footage. Giga Chad.
Try out and get comfy with your weapons here. Besides being able to practice whenever you want.
Maybe.
It's also a great place. This
It's like every one of these was doing 105 exactly.
Get comfy with your
105.
weapons here.
105.
Besides being able to practice whenever you want.
The vertical would make it so that you're able to get that 105 a little quicker, but it would also mean you have to aim a little more carefully to get any damage at all.
This is the test range. Try out and
This
get
is holding
comfy
it
with your
horizontally.
weapons here.
That's vertical, and that happened pretty quick. Was that a jump shot? Is that how that works?
Let's talk about the features within
The vertical,
lobby.
it's like with a roller where you have to jump to get the vertical.
This is the test range. Try out and get comfy with your weapons here.
Yeah, it's a
Besides
jump
being
shot.
able to practice whenever you
Oh, okay, so they charged it up first and then did the vertical shot.
want.
Interesting.
It's also a great
So the vertical would be a way to line it up so that you're more likely to hit all 3, I think.
place to get all warmed up.
Because a player is taller than they are wide. So a vertical would let you be more confident that all 3 are going to hit. I'm sure that the charge also, you know, increases the range. Like we saw, it did not have a lot of range when it was firing normal shots. So having the increased range would still be important. Like with the GooTuber in Splatoon 2, for example, you don't have to fully charge to get a kill shot. But if you fully charge, you get your max range. So it's still worth it to do that sometimes. That would be enough of a buff, I think, to give it for the charge, that it doesn't need to increase the damage. Yeah, mid-air charge speed is difficult to gauge.
Great. Try out and get comfy with your weapons here.
It looks like they're about the same. But it's hard to say because they're not really charging
whenever you want.
Before they're charging before they jump and then they're jump shotting.
While
So that would suggest that it's advantageous to charge on the ground.
waiting for rivals
But-
to join a battle.
Hard to say.
Next up, ghosts. Online friends will appear as 3D holograms. Drop in on friends in the midst of battle and play alongside them. You can also join up and start a battle on the same team.
Anything interesting to look at here? Not really.
You'll be able to see what your friends are up to.
Oh, there's damage on that.
By
Okay. Let's take a look
You
at
can
this.
also join up and start a battle on the same team. You'll be able
Okay, so that's,
to
I think, a charge shot that
see
did
what your
60,
friends
and then the 2 whap whap did 30.
are up to.
Oh, okay. That was an insta kill. So what did 60 before?
You can also join up and start a battle on the same team. You'll be able to see
So that was a half charge swing. Then you do the full charge that do
what your
30.
friends are up to.
Okay. So weakest hit does 30. So it's like an ink brush. Then you can partial charge for 60 and you can full charge for 120.
It appears
That's what
that
it
you
looks
can also call out to friends in the lobby and invite them for battle.
Unless, wait, was
You'll
it the
be able to
projectile that
see
they
what
hit?
your friends
No, it was still the upwards charge swing.
are up to.
We didn't get to see what the projectile attack does.
It appears that you can also
But I would
call out to
guess
friends in the
probably
lobby
like
and
30.
invite them for battles. Why
Well, I
not
don't know.
see these features for yourself?
It might just be even damage throughout. Now that I think
This
about
is
it.
where you can view battle replays. It
It's
appears
not necessarily
that it can somewhat
melee.
recreate recent battles.
The 30 damage will just be the swing. So yeah,
Fast forward.
I think that's fair, because an ink brush did 30 damage, and it was pretty much melee range. So having this have longer range and still do 30 damage is still pretty strong, especially with the relatively fast fire rate. I think that's fine. I don't think that's bad. So this is a really interesting weapon class. I'm trying to think of like what this is going to be used for, because it looks like it's lightweight, at least the wiper version. So pretty maneuverable. It's not going to have the fastest kill time unless you get like the full charge from short range. Unless the full charge at long range is an insta-kill. And then it's like a pseudo charger. If that's the way that it works, then it's going to be really, really versatile. Interesting.
Or skip to a certain part. Or even swap to another player's view.
A dual-wield Splatana.
Incredible! Not only can you rewatch battles as many times as you'd like, but there's
So
even
I think that was actually carbon
player's
roller
view.
footage. So
Incredible!
that might just be standard splat roller, because that was pretty
Or skip
far
to a
away.
certain part. Or even
maybe it
swap
doesn't
to
kill from that
another
range?
player's view.
Yeah, this looks like a splat roller in terms of its model and its appearance
Incredible.
above. I was just expecting with a splat roller that shot would have one shot. But we did actually see this earlier. It's got the big bubbler and the... Oh, and this was actually in one of the earlier trailers, and it has a consistent kit from there. Because remember, it was a roller that first used the big bubbler in its introduction trailer. So these kits have actually stayed consistent since then. So these kits might actually not be as subject to change as we thought initially. Looks like full charge at blaster range is the 60 damage flick, and hitting it point blank is a one tap. It looked to me like the...
In the midst of battle.
It's hard to
And
say
play
because
along
they start
beside
mid-charge.
them.
It's right after this here.
You can also join up and start a battle on the same team. You'll be able
That's not a full charge right there. They wait for a little bit longer
to see what your friends are up
before...
to.
Right? Because that's a different animation that they just did.
Beside them. You can also join up and start a battle on the same team.
They kind of dash
You'll
forward
be able to see
with the charge that they do at melee range.
what your friends are up to.
So maybe that's a different button input or something. Feet are farther away in the first one. But, like, look, the animation is different between the first two. The different animation was for the close range one. But, like, they dash towards it to get that.
You can also join up and start a battle on
Actually, let's watch this in really slow-mo. That would be a smart thing to do.
the same team.
Here we go. So they start charging here, and then they just flick while walking, right? Smack, smack. Here, they start charging, they charge for longer, and then there's the dash move. I think it's just charge length. I think the first one was a mid-length charge, and the last one was a long charge.
It appears that you can also call out to friends in the lobby and invite them for battle.
Slowed, exciting music.
Why
instead.
not see these features for yourself?
Those lines in the katana as a charge
You can
meter?
also
Ooh,
join up and start a battle on
I
the
did
same
not
team.
notice that. Okay, so slow this down again. I said mute. Okay, yeah, so you can look at the lines over the reticle, and that'll show level of charge. I said mute, holy crap! Ugh. Huh. But it looked like it was at full charge at the beginning of that. As soon as it goes in. Okay. So we start charging here. And it does go all the way up to full charge before it launches this. So maybe, okay. I guess it does fully charge here, and you have to... But there was a dash move. How do you trigger the dash move? Because they're actually closer to this target than they are to this target, I think, when they do... Maybe not? They're still pretty far away from it. I don't know if this is going to, like, magnet to someone if you're at close range. That's unclear to me. Last one is 4 lines. The first one is 3. Oh. Okay, so right now we've got 3 lines. We start charging. No, it goes all the way up to 4. It's clearly 4 there before they release. Here they wait longer on 4, but... Maybe there's a button to activate the charge move like the way you dash with the dualies. Yeah. That's the only thing I can think, because I can't tell, like, what else would be different. Like, there's nothing in their timing. They're not jumping before they're doing it. So maybe it's, like, the B button, because, like... Difficult to say. We'll watch it one more time, but I'm not going to dwell too much longer on this. We've got a lot more of the trailer to watch. So they're still moving. Smack, smack. Here they're moving, they're charging. They're still moving while charging, but then there's some extra dash that's added onto it. Maybe it's the same input for a squid roll. Maybe if you put in, like, the squid roll input, then that triggers while you have charge.
It appears
because you need another button for the squid roll anyway, which is probably going to be like the left bumper. So maybe if you press that while you're doing that, then it activates that.
You can also call out to friends in the lobby and invite them for battles. Why not see these features for yourself? This is where you can view battle
They're holding
replays.
it for longer, but the charge meter is full in both instances.
Recreate recent battles.
Like, there's no visual indicator on screen that they've gone further than the charge that they got in the first one.
Or skip to a certain part.
Until it dashes?
Or even
I don't
swap
think
to
it's
another
until it
player's
dashes, because
view.
they move a little bit
Incredible.
like they were while they were charging. And
Not
then
only
there's
can
a
you rewatch
clear
battles
moment where
as
they
many
release
times
it.
as you'd like,
I think it's probably
but
another
there's
button
even a
input.
share
That's my
feature.
guess.
We hope you'll use this handy
And yes,
tool
you don't
to
need a
help
capture
you
card,
rank
which
up.
is great. This is going to make it a lot easier to do specifically Squid School.
Next, we'll analyze and discuss.
Squid roll is going to be A. It's very awkward to press LB and ZL at the same time. I could see that. I mean, the controller is mappable, so...
This space within the lobby, the locker room.
We're just talking about the default controls, and they could change
Here,
whatever.
you'll
Tossing clams is already L? I mean, tossing clams is... They teach you to use that with A in Splatoon 2. It is preference. All we're talking about is the default controls. So it's not that important. Yeah, clams can be thrown with A or L in Splatoon 2, and they're going to take one of those buttons and make it squid roll.
fresh lockers.
Doesn't really matter which one it is.
One is yours, and the
I mean, there's obviously it'd be more comfortable if it was A, but also, like, you can just remap the controller, so it doesn't matter.
others belong to players with whom you've recently played.
X button hasn't been used. X button is the map button, currently. on Splatoon 2. I'm wondering, have we actually seen a player open the map during a multiplayer game mode in Splatoon 3? Like, was that in one of the other trailers? I don't think we saw it here. They showed off Clam Blitz. Was the toss button still A? I don't think it showed. Because the player who threw the clam in... Oh, wait. It might show it when you have the power clam made. Let's back up and see.
The active zones in Splat zones.
When they get a power clam, does it show a
Ride the
button
tower to
input
the
on
goal
screen?
in tower control. Carry the Rainmaker to its destination in Rainmaker. Or
Okay,
collect
so you
and
get a
throw
power clam. It does not show the press A to throw.
clams to score in
Does
Clam
it show
Blitz.
it here? No, it doesn't show that here either. Usually when you open the basket and you have there are clams that you have, it'll show you press A to throw these clams in. But this player is the one who throws the power clam in, so
Duke
they
it
don't
out
have
and team up for options
any
to
extra to
your
throw
website
in, so
here.
we don't know whether that input is A or
Midst of be what your
another
friends
button.
are. Be these features create reset yourself.
All right. Oh, it's at the top right? Oh, it's A. Okay.
Rainmaker to its destination in Rainmaker. Or
I'm looking
collect
for
and
it.
throw clams to score
Okay, so this is the cooler special, and this is the Zap player that has that.
in Clam Blitz.
So the Zap has always gotten like the premier support special. It's always gotten Suction Bomb. Maybe it had Splat Bomb in Splatoon 1, but Suction Bomb, and then it got Echolocator in Splatoon 1, it got Armor in Splatoon 2, and now it's getting this cooler thing.
Duke
Where did it show the
Maker
throw
to
clams?
its
I didn't see
destination
that anywhere.
in Rainmaker. Or
So they don't have it now.
collect and throw clams
They've got the power clam that shows up,
to score in Clam.
and then it shows how many clams you
Blitz.
have, and it says A. Okay. So it doesn't say the word throw clams. That's what I was looking for, but all right. Aika is the word for squid in Japanese. I don't know about heathers. I don't know about that reference. Interesting that the power meter only appears in turf. That's the way that it always was, because P... That's the objective, and so that's what it's going to show in the upper right. Like, that hasn't changed.
Duke it out in these four
I mean, you can
modes.
always remap the controller, Jimmy. That's not a huge issue.
Joining why not your favorite battle modes alongside
Okay,
friends.
so we look through this. Recon mode is available from
Information about these
the lobby
game
screens.
modes will
That's
be
so
available
huge.
soon on the game's
We've
official
talked about
website.
that before, but like, it is so nice you're going to be able to warm up in between matches and not just have to look at the like lobby screen and wait. That's going to give me something to do as a streamer.
Let's talk about the features within the lobby.
So we get a good view of like pan around of the warm up room here.
This is the test range. Try out and get comfy with your weapons here. Besides being able to practice
Some
whenever
shots.
you want, it's also
Oh, we're a
great
little bit
place
behind
where
actually.
you can
'Cause this is the replay system, which we already
Incredible.
looked at. So there's Octobrush and
Not only can you
roller
rewatch battles
gameplay,
as
nothing
many
too
times
special
as
there
you'd
as far
like.
as I can tell. Oh wait, it does actually have KD on all of these screens. Look at this: 12 splats, 3 deaths, 3 specials. So we have we still have a KA, I think, but the deaths are added on all of these. So that's nice.
But there's even a share feature.
So you've got paint, you've got, yeah.
We hope you'll use this handy tool to help you rank up. Next, we'll analyze and discuss this space
Might be
within the
replay
lobby.
only.
The locker room.
Yeah, it'll be
Here,
interesting to
you'll
see.
find some fresh lockers. One is yours, and the others belong to players with whom you've recently played. As As you can see, you'll be able to place any acquired weapons, gear, and items to your liking. Slap on some snazzy stickers, and modify your locker's color. This is your space to express yourself, so customize it however you'd like to show off your...
Not gonna lie, I don't care about this feature. It's neat. I'll still customize it, but it is like the last thing that I care about in this direct, so I'm gonna be skimming through it.
Your signature splatting style.
This is I feel like that's similar to the apartment feature that people were looking for. It's like, all right, you don't get a full apartment, but you get a locker, and that's something that you can like actually, that's probably something that shows up aesthetically when somebody like looks at your character or something. So that's not terrible.
Oh, yes. Items can be obtained at Hotlantis, a general store on the edge of Splatsville.
Thoughts so far? Oh my god, there's so much. This changes our idea of how the game is going to work a lot. The biggest news is probably the way that the modes work. But the multiplayer additions, so many quality of life features that are so nice. The bow is looking way better than it looked in the original gameplay trailer. Like, I feel like there's alpha footage bow where they have these projectiles that land on the ground and then explode. And we actually even see that alpha footage in the direct here when they're showing off the squid roll. But then when they actually take the bow into the test range, we don't see those projectiles. It works a lot differently, and it looks better in a lot of ways. Like, it looks like a charger that's better at defending itself at short range. Like, if you get surprised by something, you can fire those tap shots, be doing splatter shot damage still, just like the original. Okay, the original splatter shot did 40. I mean, the splatter scope did 40. Whatever. Like, it's still just a tap shot, and it's still going to 3-shot. But it's spreading out more. So it's like tri-slosher spread on your tap shots. So you have a better chance of winning a close-range engagement with that. I think at higher level, it's still going to be better to have a charger because people aren't going to miss those tap shots at high level. And it does a little bit more damage, but also has longer range and a better, like, one-shot. So probably still going to go with a charger if you're, a high-level backline player. But the bow could be kind of a nice training wheels weapon to work someone up to the level where they can play a charger. Because you're punished a little bit less for not quite having as precise of aim. And then, the better you get, the more you're hitting those shots, those full charge shots consistently, the more you're incentivized to work up to a charger. So I could see it being really nice for someone learning that.
Apparently, the store manager vanished.
We got an entire new weapon class, which is insane. And like, I don't know how that's going to work. It feels kind of like a combo of an ink brush and maybe like a flings a roller or something. And with the way that the long range weapon works.
Vanishes quite often, so instead, it's run by an artist named Harmony.
I think Splatlings and Scope Chargers are going to be worse because they can't fully utilize the new movement options due to a lack of charge holding. Is there a lack of charge holding? Have we confirmed that and seen that that's not a thing?
She used to be a regular customer here. It's got an outlandish assortment of items. Why not show the store some love by grabbing some goods? There appear to be plenty of other customization features as well. When battles start, these splash tags appear. They can be customized with a banner, badge, and
let's look at the badge list here for a second.
Start, these splash tags appear. They can be customized with a banner, badge.
So badges are something that, okay, so this is at different freshness levels, you get these stickers for that weapon.
And title.
Lots of different titles available there. Fragrant Mother, oh dear.
Additionally, you can change the emote your character.
There are going to be some dumb things that you can do with those titles, I'm sure. So we've got the lowdown.
Performs when you win
So you pop a squat. You've got stuntin'.
a battle. All of these can be
All
obtained
right. So the lowdown is you pop a squat, then you've got your default for your weapon.
via the
So you can still choose the weapon default, which is nice. There's a Splatling that didn't hold a charge through a squid roll, so I'd assume you can't. All right. I mean, you can't hold a charge through squid roll, but that's not really what I was hoping for. Like, it sucks for a charger, but a charger can still probably do the swim through the ink, jump out of the ink thing, and fire a shot, just like it could in Splatoon 2. Having iframes on the beginning of that isn't that's unfortunate for it. So it's gonna be more impactful for blasters than it will be for chargers. But the squid roll is still movement it has if it wants to cancel its charge and get out of somewhere. Because, like, now you have burst movement that you can do out of canceling the charge that has some iframes. So you can, like, get away from a bomb or something if you were charging up and suddenly there's a bomb next to you. It only mitigates some damage, so it's not going to kill you. It's not going to save you from being killed by a bomb. Yeah, I don't know. That is definitely a nerf to those classes, but I don't know that it's going to make them unviable either. Most titles come from the gotcha machine, some are achievement tied. Yeah. Macarena will be used in parties. Scope players molding. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Squid Beacons still haven't been confirmed to return. I haven't seen them. Yeah, I don't know. Did the stringer have the laser? Oh, that's a good question. That's back here.
alongside them.
Wait, no, this is Splatoon.
To get all warmed up. Test range. Now, let's talk about the features within the lobby. This is the test range.
That's not a laser. It is shiny at the tip, but there's no laser. So you're going to be able to see that they're charging, but it's a little bit stealthier.
Try out and get comfy with your weapons here.
Because the other chargers didn't have lasers before, right? So they've still got the shiny thing, though. They're still going to be fairly obvious. I don't know. I don't think it's the end of the world. That would be a big buff for chargers, which would mean that that kind of offsets their inability to charge hold through a squid roll.
Not only can you rewatch battles as many times as you'd like, but there's even a share feature. We hope you'll use this handy tool to help you rank up.
I don't know how I feel about the lack of a laser, because that's going to lead especially to a lot of lower level players getting one shot by a charger they couldn't see. Because you had to be looking at the player and seeing the player charging up the shot instead of just knowing that there was a laser on them. And I feel like that's going to feel punishing early on. There are already people who just hate chargers because they just get deleted from somewhere and don't see it coming. So, I don't know.
Next,
Maybe they're just counting on more players being veterans and people getting used to it.
we'll analyze and discuss this space within.
Chargers do have lasers? Okay, so the bow doesn't have a laser and the charger does. So that's actually an advantage that the bow has over the charger at high level. It's more stealthy. That's cool. A little bit shorter range, but a little bit stealthier and better at dealing with especially being rushed by a short range weapon because it has the weapon spread on the tap shots. I think it'll have a niche. I don't know if it's going to be a useful niche, but it definitely does things that the charger doesn't.
In the lobby, the locker room. Here, you'll find some fresh lockers. One is yours, and the others belong to like to Shentis in Harmony. These via the inks, and be sure to snatch up.
So there's going to be new updates
Following
every
the game's
season.
launch, a new catalog is planned to be released every.
And so if it's a new catalog, then we're probably expecting that there are going to be new updates, like gameplay updates each season at the very least. I'm sure there'll probably be some hot fixes. Like if something's absolutely busted, we probably get a buff, patch in the first month. If there's something game-breaking, we probably get a patch in the first week. But we'll at least be expecting major updates every season.
Every 3 months for 2
Like
years.
new content and stuff.
Be sure to snatch up everything you see in each catalog.
With MPU? No, MPU has been disconfirmed. MPU is 100% not in the game. It said in text that there will not be main power-up.
Phew. There's still a lot of info. Lay out your cards for a dazzling
So we
deck
got this
duel!
deck battling card game thing,
Ink
which
different
is
shapes
cool,
with different
and I don't
angles.
care. We're gonna skip through that.
Excuse me, I lost my clam at the Tableturf Battle
It is
Dojo.
nice that they have like these little mini games built into the game, so that you can take a break while still playing Splatoon 3. That is kind of neat. Yeah, so this right here has a ton of information that is not in the direct about especially how ranked battles work, but like lots of different, clarifications. So definitely go and read this if you didn't hear me reading through it all before. This is really important.
In Splatsville. Be on the lookout for more details about Tableturf Battle in the future.
I like this music a lot.
Salmon
I
Run
think this is
a
a good fit
simple
for Salmon
job
Run.
that requires
It's a
4
little bit
players to work
goofier
together to collect
than
power eggs
the
from
grim scariness that was Splatoon 2's soundtrack. They've got this little but the same kind of overall tonal color, I guess.
Salmonids advancing on them. This part-time gig is rumored to be a little fishy, but it pays pretty well. By
This is the new
defeating
boss.
particularly
One of the new
ferocious
bosses. This
creatures
is another
called
new
boss
boss.
salmonids, you can obtain valuable golden eggs. You'll need to collect and deliver plenty of golden eggs in order
I'm
to
not seeing
complete
anything
this job.
particularly too new here.
This time around, we've confirmed some new
So Flyfish, Scrapper, Stinger, Moz, Steelhead, Steel Eel, Drizzler. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So those are all of the original Salmonid bosses, and now we've got the Flopper and the I forget what this was called.
types of boss salmonids. So let's share our findings. First up, the Slammin' Lid. It creates barriers and
The Slammin' Lid Salmonid. I like it. I like it.
protects salmonids on the ground.
So you probably need a fairly long-range weapon to actually hit this thing at the top of it. But
Get
then,
too close to it,
if you have a shorter-range
and
weapon,
it'll attempt
you
to
bait it
crush
into
you.
dropping.
So approach with
And it's very similar to Moz in that respect. You bait it into dropping, and then you hit
caution.
it when it's moved its weak point down on you. So this is the part where you would whack it. And now we've got this guy who just fires mortars at you.
Next, the Big Shot. It fires heavy projectiles from a distance. Be prepared for powerful shockwaves when they land.
And so then it lands and does the shockwave special.
With new boss salmonids confirmed, make sure you're ready for an
Yeah, and
even
see, it shows
more
the counterplay to it there.
dangerous salmon run.
And then do you destroy the big shot or you destroy the salmonid who drops it? I guess both, right? Fish stick, that's right. Never expected them to combine Kraken and Splashdown. What is the combination of Kraken and Splashdown? The reef slider. Oh, the slide thing slides off cliffs. Oh no. Because that reef slider thing, they take damage. We can see in the shot that they take damage from the Hydra as they move past it. It's not invincible. Oops. That's going to be a lot more chaotic, the shockwave thing in Salmon Run, because there's so many other things you have to be paying attention to. But it feels like the counterplay in multiplayer is not the hardest. Now now we get
This
the
is
King Salmonid.
one of the new King Salmonids. Unbelievable! It looks like they'll occasionally appear just before you complete the job.
Looks like there's the Splashdown and Kraken combination. But it's not Kraken, because you're not invincible.
The tank on your back is a specially provided egg cannon, and it appears that you can fire golden eggs to deal massive damage. However, these battles are under a time limit, so rack up a...
Okay, so you beat a boss to get a golden egg, and then you can throw that golden egg at the king.
as much damage as possible to drive them back.
They royally missed one. Oh my god, Wahoo World is flooded.
And this is the still being researched big run. We believe this is when salmonids invade the city in which icklings and octolings live. It appears that this event happens once every few months.
Once every few months. So maybe every season,
So brace
or...
yourselves! Big run is coming!
So that's relatively infrequent, maybe for Splatfest or something. One of the new King Salmonids, yes. So this is the one that they have ready to show, but there will be more, presumably. I wish they would bring it to ranked stages more frequently, because that could be really interesting, but maybe more will be unlocked as time goes on.
Now, observe this manhole in Splatsville Square. This is actually the entrance to the
eight-player
home
mode?
of the
It looks like it was
Octarians,
way too small
the
to be-
Inklings' longtime
To
enemies.
fit 8 players.
As Agent 3,
I doubt
the
that.
newest recruit of the new Squidbeak Splatoon, you'll do battle with the Octarian army, whose members are covered in hair.
I don't
for
think we
some
saw
reason.
much new about the single player.
Along with your buddy Small Fry,
This is just kind of
you'll
to
explore
update people who
many
hadn't seen the
stages,
other directs.
each one full of twists and turns.
What is that little buddy that they're throwing at that? It looks like little buddy is like their sub-weapon here. Because yeah, that's definitely little buddy running and attacking that thing.
Oh, I almost forgot. Story mode is
Oh, wait a minute.
along with your buddies
Little buddy is a sub-weapon.
Small Fry. You'll explore many stages, each one
Look at so the
Octarian
same
army,
place that you
whose
got the
members
burst
are
bomb
covered in hair for some reason.
with the blaster.
Along with
That's
your
the
buddy
slot that little buddy fills. Look at the upper right. This is your weapon loadout. Weapon here, sub-weapon here.
Small Fry. You'll
Because you like blaster, burst bomb.
explore many stages, each one
Little buddy is the sub-weapon, and you don't have a main weapon.
full of twists and turns.
Where was the splashdown?
Members are covered in hair for some reason. Along with your buddy Small Fry, you'll explore
Oh,
do battle
okay,
with
okay,
the
I see.
Octarian army, whose members are covered in hair for some reason. Along with your buddy
There's
Small Fry,
Splashdown.
you'll explore
There's triple ink strike.
many stages, each one full of twists and turns. Oh, I almost forgot. Story mode
So
is
here's the
perfect
Swiffer,
for
and it has
getting
a burst
familiar
bomb.
with inking
I don't know if that's... These are single-player kits, though. They could be different from how they are in the main game. But there was a range blaster there that had a burst bomb, if that's the case.
turf and using weapons, so newer players might want to try it out.
So this has a curling bomb, which is weird. The splatter shots, by the way, had a zip caster. So if these are kits we see in multiplayer, then that's what it'll
Well-
have. And this is an aerospray with a burst bomb, which is the PG kit.
We've come this far. What
From
awaits
Splatoon
the
2.
Inklings and Octolings in the end? We hope you can witness the epic finale of the Splattastic saga.
The Splattastic Saga does not feel like it was built to be a trilogy or anything. Like, you just beat Octavio both times.
We're back in Splatsville. From here on out, we'd like to talk about other features that'll help you enjoy your splatting escapades even more in the Splatoon 3 game. You can post illustrations here via this mailbox.
All right.
They'll be
so
displayed all across the city.
there's that, which we've seen. And
Additionally,
it doesn't look all
you
that
can grab
different.
food and
So, money tickets, experience tickets, and then big money and big experience. Wait, that has a picture of 4 squids. Does that mean that you buy that thing and your entire team gets money up and your entire team gets experience up, yo, that would be huge. Like, it's not 3 arrows, because so the one has 1 arrow, the next one up has 2 arrows, right? So that means you get more experience. The third one isn't 3 arrows, it's an arrow with 4 squids on it. That's sick. It's on the site. It says buffet tickets are a feast for the whole team. Did I miss that on the way through? Is that this one? Shop. Okay, it's not on this. So there's something on the site that I missed. The article thingy. Can we get more? Is that weapons and gear? Is that what we're looking at? Save data bonus. No. Was it on this page? Smorgasbords that benefit the whole team. There we go. Cool. All right.
Drinks that'll help you in battles at the concession
That's
stand.
super cool. I hope that those are like, are those buyable? Did we just pay money for those?
You can grab food and drinks that'll help you in battles
tickets.
at the concession stand.
Yeah, no, you need a ticket. So, okay. I wish that would, like, what would be really cool is if you could spend in-game resources on those things that benefit the team, so that you can, like, be using that out of the goodness of your own heart instead of just getting it at random and being like, well, this is the best I've got, you know? I feel like it would mean more that way. This is definitely looking very promising,
to play with nearby folks in your favorite modes at the show.
At the end of the day, it's still game mechanics for me that will make or break it, but what I've seen so far seems to indicate that the Balance team is making thoughtful decisions, that they're making a lot of good quality of life decisions that will benefit new players as well as veterans.
You can snap
I like
selfies,
a lot of what I'm seeing here.
send photos to a smart device, or display them in your locker.
Bring new friends up to level 10 a lot quicker. That's true. Except that you need to get the tickets to unlock it. You can't just buy them or anything. It'd be nice if they just made it like a very large number of coins or something that you could spend to get one of those.
This is the Recon Guide.
Because, like, you're going to have to play a crap ton of Salmon Run to unlock those things. So I guess, you know, the higher level players are going to have those before the lower level players do. But you're not going to be able to do it right away either.
Select your favorite stages at any time and take a stroll around them. Why not get familiar with each stage?
Save data will transfer from Splatoon 2 to Splatoon 3, yes. And that's been confirmed both in this, I think in the Direct, but also here. Go and read this. Squid Research Lab dives deep into the Splatlands. What you're looking for is this right here, save data transfer. So if you transfer data from Splatoon 2 to Splatoon 3, it's not a transfer exactly, because that doesn't make any sense. But if there is save data of Splatoon 2, so you get Sheldon licenses, you can buy the weapon that you want right away. You get Anarchy battles at the beginning, so you can play ranked immediately. You start the game at a rank that depends on what you had in Splatoon 2, and get matched with players of similar skill level from Splatoon 2. So you're not going to be able to smurf right away, because it's going to just put you in with players that are already at your skill level. So all of those things are very good ideas.
Prior to battles.
1 hour recon? 1 hour recon. Thank goodness. I am much happy. It was so annoying when you were trying to recon a mode and figure things out about it, and then all of a sudden the game would just end after a normal amount of time. Like, no, I want to test things. I want to just stay in here, and it's giving you an hour to do that instead.
Anytime.
That is a good
Take
catch.
a stroll around them. Why not get familiar with each stage prior to battles?
Yeah, so it looks like you
Stroll
don't
around
maintain
them.
charge.
Why not get familiar with each stage prior to battle?
What was the
Recon
sound
guide.
doing there?
Select your favorite stages at any time and take a stroll around them.
Yeah, the sound is way desynced here.
Why not get familiar with each stage prior to battles?
It's throwing me off.
This is SplatNet 3. You can use this with your smart device. It contains features like checking your latest battle stats,
Nothing special
and ordering
in those
special in-game
stats.
gear not sold
Not sold in stores. Okay, so you can get
in shops from the SplatNet Gear Shop. But that's not all.
same thing as before.
Access features like Krusty Sean's Wonder Crust. Support this
And it's showing the gear brand system off in there. It was a little bit subtle, but it said, hey, if you wear Zecco gear, that gives you an increased chance for special saver.
fellow's journey using ink points.
Or you can support Sean.
Earned depending on the areas you inked during
So I
battles.
guess it's just an achievement, like we
Or-
had before, where it showed, "Hey, you just inked the Grand Canyon." So this splatter shot has suction bomb and triple ink strike.
View history to take a trip down memory lane with
So that's going to be your K-shot kit. That is because it's not missiles, but they're going to function, I think, somewhat similarly to missiles, where it's a fast special that you can pop to cause displacement and then immediately move in with and be charging again. So this is very much a predecessor to the or a descendant of the K-shot.
their past ranks.
Oh, that's Trizuka. You're right. I forgot about that weapon. So that's different. I would have preferred the triple ink strike.
You can also snag special wallpapers and more for your smart device. So be sure to grab them. It appears that SplatNet 3 will be available at launch.
Splat 1 T-Tech? Oh yeah, because that had ink strike, right? Okay. Or Inksuka? What does the ink strike look like? I don't think I've
via
seen
the Nintendo Switch
that looks like
online
yet.
mobile app. Next up, Amiibo figures. Scan Splatoon series Amiibo at this spot in Splatsville, and voila! Saving your favorite gear combinations as
Bucket has... Oh, that's what ink strike looks like. Okay. So Bucket has Splat Bomb, ink strike, triple ink strike. That's a good kit for that. That's a really good kit for that. Then you've got the Disruptor Killer Whale for the bow, which I think makes sense. And then you've got the Splatter Shot with the ink strike and suction bomb.
freshest fits will allow you to easily swap outfits. Additionally, it seems
I think missiles are fine as long as they just nerf them a little bit. They only need a little bit of a nerf and they're fine. Like, at the beginning of Splatoon 2, missiles were the worst special in the game. They just did not do much at all. It would be very easy to tone them down to a point where they're like that again. So you find a happy medium. Missiles are fine. I like missiles. Like, they're a little bit too strong right now, but you can definitely tune those down. There's definitely a lot of different variables you can tweak to make those fine.
you'll be able to get special gear and even snap photos together with Amiibo.
This Amiibo is dabbing. There is no shot that there is not a dab.
And Splatoon 3 Amiibo incoming! Release is scheduled
Little buddy Amiibo, this is not a drill.
for this holiday. Let's talk about post-launch
So yeah, there's a laser there.
Updates.
We just don't see it when we zoom in. But you can definitely see a laser
we
coming out the
mentioned
tip
a while
of this.
ago. Following the game's launch, a new in-game catalog will be released
We see a roller over
every
here.
3 months for 2 years.
And this player squid rolls away from the Rainmaker shot.
As we mentioned a while ago, following the game's launch, a new in-game catalog will be released every 3 months for 2 years. New weapons will also be added around the same time as each catalog.
New weapons, okay. And that's kind of how they did it for Splatoon 1 and Splatoon 2. I was there. I didn't see very many new weapons getting released. All I saw was like the Kensa collection.
Will be released
Oh, did
every
they
3
roll
months for
squid
2
roll
years.
with the Rainmaker? I
New
think that was just
while
a
ago.
swim.
Following the game's launch, a new in-game catalog will be released every 3 months for 2 years. New
Yeah, I think that's a
weapons will
swim
also
into
be
a
added
jump,
around the same
not a
time
squid roll.
as each catalog.
That's a squid roll, though.
In addition, X Battle, available after
It
attaining
looks very slow while walking and firing.
an extremely high rank in
Like, that
Anarchy
looks slower
Battle,
than it has been.
and League Battle, where every 2 hours you can compete in teams based on your Anarchy Battle results, are planned to be added in future updates. High rank catalog
Okay, I
will
need
be
to pay
released.
attention to what she's actually
Let's
saying.
talk about post-launch updates. As we mentioned a while ago, following the game's launch, a new in-game catalog will be released every 3 months for 2 years.
Every 3 months for 2 years.
New weapons
2 years. There is a theory that a new console is coming out, I think in like 2023 or being announced then. Not coming out because they would have announced it by now. But it's definitely got to come out soon. Like the Switch has been out for a very long time.
will also be added around the same time as each catalog. In addition, X Battle, available at
Like, I'm worried for Splatoon 3's longevity, because the Switch has been out for a very long time. There was already a mainline Splatoon game on it. Like, what are the odds that they cut Splatoon 3's lifespan a little bit short by releasing another console soon? Maybe Splatoon 3 is still on that other console. Maybe they pull a Twilight Princess and port it to both, so you can still play on each.
after attaining an extremely high rank in Anarchy Battle, and League Battle, where every 2 hours
Oh, ZR in squid form would make a lot of sense for the squid roll. No, it wouldn't, because then you can't just buffer shots out of... Yeah, no, that actually would not be good. I've changed my mind very rapidly. Yeah, what if they have on the launch of the next console with some extra features to make it backwards compatible? Dymo has the buffer thing. 3 1/4. Three hours is short for one of my streams. Console will be able to play Switch games given its popularity. Library.
hours you can compete in teams based on your Anarchy Battle results, are planned to be added.
But I know that they have to be looking into fixing the networking, because the networking is just so far behind and bad. And so that'll be a huge selling point of any new console they come out with next, is improving that system dramatically. It's really been shooting them in the foot with Super Smash Brothers in particular. Like, they have the biggest fighting game in the world, and it has the worst netcode of like any fighting game. It's just not an acceptable
in
state
future
to be in.
updates. Furthermore, for this game, we're planning to add large-scale
It looks like the
paid
big
DLC.
bubbler. Okay, it took 2 full charged Rainmaker shots. That actually gives us a really good idea of
X-Battle,
how much damage it
available
can
after
take.
attaining an extremely high rank in Anarchy Battle, and League Battle, where every 2 hours you can compete in teams based on your Anarchy Battle results, are planned to be added
So maybe X Battle just replaces Anarchy Battle once you get to that point.
in future updates. Furthermore, for this game, we're planning
So
to
it
add
hits once there. Is
large-scale
there
paid
anything else
DLC?
hitting it? No. So it just takes 2 full Rainmaker shots. So if a Rainmaker does 180, then it has like 360 or maybe 300 HP or something like that.
See.
So it's kind of like maybe like
More
It's not really a good
details will come
comparison.
at a later time, so please be on the lookout. For this game, we're planning to add large-scale paid
Okay, so there will be DLC. What are we looking at here? What is this silhouette? That is interesting. I don't think those are characters we know. One of them is wearing a crown, so that makes it seem like this is like maybe Marina and Pearl. In their new outfits? Oh, okay.
DLC.
So Aqua Expansion Part 2.
More details will come at a later time, so please be on the lookout. And now, I'd like to wrap up this research report from the Squid Research Lab. Thank you for watching.
It's nice how the pedestal lowers for you to be able to pick the Rainmaker up again. Off the hook, okay. That's Pearl.
Huh? Who are you supposed to be?
No, it's not. These are the new idols. I'm dumb. I forgot about what this was. It's Fry,
I completely forgot to tell.
and Sizzle, and Big Man.
They provide information on battle stages, as well as other news bulletins.
So there's Listen to Splatcast, which you press by clicking that in. But it looks like we're still...
While we're on the subject,
Booting
the
up there.
youngsters of Splatsville own Sea Cucumber phones. They can check the news while doing other activities, as shown here.
Oh, there's a button to hit watch the
And-
news. So maybe it's skippable? So they're doing some calisthenics on the road there. This is just so cool. I don't feel like I'm ever going to get tired of watching this. Is Fry just wearing socks? Socks with holes cut in the toes. Reminds me of the parade theme at the end of Star Wars Episode 1.
It's been confirmed that Splatfest will make a return. In these events, you pick
That
a
was some
team
leopard
based on
print
the
work into
announced
that
team,
shirt.
then settle the
Macarena.
outcome via battle. And this time around, there will be 3 teams to choose from. Splatfest
I like how they cut
consists
off
of
what
2
would have been the
halves.
hands of Big Man because he
In the
doesn't have
first
fingers.
half, teams will compete in 4v4 turf war battles. The second half is a tricolor turf war.
They said the second half is a tricolor turf war, So is every turf war going to be tricolor at that point?
The special mode where... Whoa!
So now that we have more information, there's the ultra signal, I think it was. Oh, what do they call it? Oh my god, there's so much information on this page. Here we go. Tricolor battle. Ultra signal, right. So there's the ultra signal that it looks like the winning team, the team that has 4 players, cannot control. And if the other team gets a hold of that, they get the Sprinkler of Doom.
3 teams fight at the same time.
So here's the ultra signal right here. And it looks like it's sending waves out, right? Or is that the special?
All
Someone just put in
players on the
middle?
team currently in first place will start in the center of the stage. 2 players...
MC Hammer Pants. Yeah, MC Hammer Pants are amazing. Macarena is the only reason you need to buy Splatoon 3.
Players each from the second and third place teams will attack the first place team from opposite ends of the stage.
So it's like, yeah, the first place team is getting flanked at all times, and that's an advantage. But also the flanks aren't coordinated. So unless those 2 teams kind of like spot where who's going in where, it might be harder for them to figure out when to engage so they don't just get dealt with one at a time.
Can the leading team defend themselves? Or will the other 2 teams...
Okay, what did we just see over here on the left?
Place teams will attack the first place team from opposite ends
I'm going to slow it down when we get there.
of the stage.
So that's Ink Strike there. Oh, this is Big Bubbler. So we got Doolies here. Which Doolies? Tetra Doolies. And they've got Autobomb and the Reef Rider. So very similar to the Dark Tetris kit from Splatoon 2. They just replaced Splashdown with Reef Rider, which is looking very similar, honestly. Like, it's horizontal instead of vertical, but it still has a big explosion, and you're still vulnerable as you're triggering it. So, I'm looking at this like this is probably lower tier, but that's fine because it's on Tetris. Okay, so this is definitely the Ultra Signal right here. And one of the teams has to touch it, and then I think control it. Okay, yeah, they just got to it and secured it. Okay, so you touch it, and you just have to kind of stand there vulnerable so they can shoot you off of using it. And so you secure it. Then what? How does the team in the middle only have 26% of it painted? That seems low for a 4-player team. It's the Ultra Signal. And this is the Sprinkler of Doom, which increases... Oh, that's horrifying. It increases ink coverage for that player's team.
Cut. Take it away. Use the Ultra Signal to control the battle and contribute to the Splatfest while working alongside the members of Deep Cut. Okay, we're going to close out this presentation with an announcement from Deep Cut. Take it away.
So Splatfest World Premiere is August 27th, so that's going to be presumably our kind of test fire. Oh man, Falco's coming in. Ugh. It is insane how long it has taken me to get through all of this information here. There's just so much. Like, I don't even know how I'm going to edit this down. There's just too much in it. Thanks for the raid, guys. Did a deep dive of the deep dive? Or of deep cut, I guess? Oh, man. There's so much to analyze in this. Like, every frame is packed with information. Ugh. So... I hate how the spacebar does not consistently do what you want it to do. It does whatever you did last. So sometimes it'll pause and unpause, but if you accidentally click on anything else, it'll move it down on the screen. Screw everything up. Anyway. Can't wait for Splatoon 4 with a 4x4x4 mode. Maybe we'll get that. I'll go through it in some hours as well. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what FLC has to say about it too. What if I don't want to be clicked in? You ever think about that? Okay, so it's just AM to PM. It's not more than one day. It's only 12 hours. Well, know what I'm doing on those 12 hours, I guess. That's half the length of the other Splatfest. Do you even have fingers? Yeah, they definitely pulled out all the stops for these particular animations.
That's all we have to share today. Or not. And now, announcing the Splatoon 3 Enter the Splatlands Invitational 2022 Tournament. This event will take place on September 5th at PAX West. Some of the top finishers from this summer's Splatoon 2 Inkopolis Showdown will head to Seattle and compete in North America's first ever Splatoon 3 Invitational. Follow the official Nintendo vs. Twitter account for updates. And to see more of our research findings as we uncover them, follow the official Splatoon North American Twitter account.
I think we've actually made it all the way through.
We hope you'll have an incredible time starting September 9th. Bye-bye.
Yeah. All right. We finally made it through. Whew. Oh, this is going to take multiple rewatches to get everything out of. But, let's try and summarize. I'm getting really hungry, so I need to go and get some lunch, and so I'll probably close the stream down for that soon. But major takeaways. So 2 new weapons. We're going to have the stringers, which we knew about, which work completely differently than it looked like in the alpha footage. In the alpha footage, they always shot these projectiles that landed on the ground and then exploded. And it looks like now, instead, what's happening is they fire 3 jets of ink that spread out in front of them, and each one of those jets of ink does 35 damage. And if you charge, those jets of ink just move closer together, so they all hit on the same spot, and of course increased range. And so that's how they get to 105 damage. That's my thought for how that works. Splatana is a completely new, unannounced weapon class up until this point. It's the Splatana Wiper, So I'm thinking that that's going to be like a class that has heavy and light variants. That looks really interesting and versatile. It's like kind of a combination of ink brush with some other stuff. It has a one-shot potential. It's kind of like a hybrid between a roller and a brush, I guess. But it also has some like decently long-range shots that you can charge up for. Even the default swings were sending ink pretty far. It was looking at like dually squelcher's range or something. So that has a lot of potential. Like there are a lot of things about that look really strong. Lots and lots of really good quality of life improvements. Like you have the ability to unlock weapons out of level if you just pay a little bit more for them. You have the ability to lobby up into ranked modes with any number of players, 2, 3, or 4, or by yourself. The ranked system is changing pretty significantly. It's just 5 wins, 3 losses, and that's how you know whether a bar breaks or not. It's the S+50 system now, but X battles are available starting at S+0, so it's not perfectly tied to that system. It's a little bit confusing. We'll have to see how that is adjusted. So the kits that we're seeing from the weapons are consistent from previous trailers that we've seen. So there is, for example, one of the early gameplay trailers, the one where we first saw gameplay footage of the crab tank. The roller uses the big bubbler. And we saw in this trailer, the roller has big bubbler still. So it seems like those kits are consistent from one to the other, which suggests that what we've seen so far for the different weapons might actually be in the final build. So that gives us a lot more information to work with there. We can start speculating not just about the weapons in isolation, but about their kits as well. Salmon Run has the King Waves, which we kind of knew about, but we have a lot more information about how those work now. We've seen the testing range, which has a lot of stuff in it, which is nice. And you can access testing range in between matches, which is huge. Recon mode is longer, and it looks like you can go into that in between matches of private battles. We know now that there are certain stages that are coming back. So we know we've got Inkblot, we've got Sturgeon, we've got Wahoo, and we've got Mako Mart that are definitely returning from Splatoon 2. We've got confirmation of some stages returning from Splatoon 1. Hammerhead Bridge doesn't have the bridge over the top of it. We've got some new stages entirely. Hagglefish got announced, which I don't think I've seen at all yet, but we also haven't seen much of the layout of that map. We've just seen kind of the aesthetic of it. And we've got a lot more information about the layout of all of those maps. Ranked modes are changing. Rainmaker is not just one goal anymore. You have like multiple checkpoints, which are goals that you dunk it on. So that should slow the mode down considerably and lead to fewer immediate knockouts, which I think is a great improvement to that mode. That makes it so that it's less likely to just KO in 10 seconds. Because you have to go and dunk it in multiple different places, and you can set up for those different checkpoints. And you have to pop it in between each one. So that adds a lot of time. Clam Blitz, you only need 8 clams to make a power clam. And when you get a power clam, you see how many clams your teammates have so that you know whether you're going to be able to score off of that push, which is a big improvement over the UI from Splatoon 2. You are able to squid roll with the Rainmaker, so presumably you can squid roll with a power clam as well. Then zones and tower I don't think really need to change. They didn't look like they were very changed. The Hammerhead, the whole thing is the bridge. That was the point. I think that's about all that I had for now. But lots to unpack, and I'm very curious to see, especially what FLC has to say about it. But also, you know, Prochara and any of the other top players to hear what kind of analysis that they have on the new stuff that we've seen. But looking very promising. Like, I'm very excited for this. So it's 2 weeks and 3 days until we get our first Splatfest. So I'm presuming our global test fire. August 27th, 2 weeks, 3 days. So Saturday of 2 weeks from now. The bridge is the Greats. But it's over the top of a road. That's the bridge. Yeah, whatever. All right. That is all I'm going to do for now. I might talk more about it. I might unpack more of it later. I already have a video that was in the works about the big bubbler and how I could see that being used. So that'll be up fairly soon. And I don't think that I've seen anything here that will change my perspective on that, although I might have a little bit more stock footage to use for it. Hee hee. But I think that's going to do it for me for now. So there's got to be someone to raid right now. Let's go and find somebody else. Rafa's streaming. Got 200 people. Let's send everybody over and see what Rafa has to say. So those of you who are watching on YouTube, hop over to Twitch and you can join in the raid with us. Our raid message on this channel is "School's out." So let's spam that when we get into Rafa's chat to let him know we're here. Away we go, everybody. Later, everyone.